Now to make sure this works. It should be, everything should be all configured correctly now. I'm hoping, I'm really hoping. I'm not sure though. That looks like my mic is a little bit loud. Let's see if I can turn that down. Hopefully that should be a bit better. There we go. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. So I made the silly mistake of loading up KSP about 5 minutes before I decided I was going to do this stream, so it is currently loading in the background. Yeah, it takes a while, so just gonna have to wait for a little bit. But yeah, hello everyone, Karnasa here, and yeah, this is going to be a live stream of 1965 Part 1 because I have been away this weekend and I haven't got it actually put together yet, so I thought rather than messing around and trying to do that for tonight, I'd live stream this. Usually takes around 15 minutes or so, and I'm on the last little bit now, so hopefully we should be ready to go very soon. Yep, sweet, I am all loaded up, so let's do this. Now you get to see all of my saved games that I've gone through. It's not actually a particularly large amount. I've just got a new, well, not just got a new PC, but had a new PC relatively recently. So there's not that many saved games on this PC because it was all on my old PC when I started playing Realism Overhaul. But are we going to load in? Spinny Wheel of Death is not looking promising, but it looks like we're okay. Now I'm hoping I've got this configured that the chat should come up on screen, but it doesn't look promising at the moment. I just have to wait and see. Also, Kerbal does not usually take this long to load. I think it, obviously I've got quite a lot running in the background in order to actually make the stream possible, so probably my PC is having a little bit of a struggle trying to start this up. Yeah, no, it's not coming up. That's bizarre. I might have to go in and have a look at the configurations in, I'm using Streamlabs for this. Oh, and it looks like, there we go, we're finally in the game. Yeah, I've got record box up as well, which is what I was using to play music at the beginning, and I think I'm just going to shut that down because that eats a lot of RAM up as well. Shouldn't need it anymore. That was just to get in. Right. Open the game first. Well, yeah, okay, I'll try that next time I do it. I'm not sure if I close OBS now, it will cut the stream, which I don't really want to do. I'm just going to quickly go into the settings though and see if I can figure out where the game overlay is. Yeah, it should be there. It should be there. I've just whacked that up a little bit. There we go, let's try that. Still not looking like I've got chat up. That's a real shame. So I'm going to have to keep chat up on my phone next to me just to make sure I can see everything. Which is a point, my phone is actually going to run out of power. I am so unprepared for doing this. Right, anyway, yes, it's the start of 1965. We can see it's the 1st of January 1965, and we just had the successful mission of Serenity 1. So, what I have done, I've got all my money, I've gone in, I've upgraded my research and development to the best that it can be now, just by getting rid of my funds in the cheat menu. And I have, what else have I done? I went and picked up a few other contracts. So I think we've got targeted moon landing, crew targeted moon landing. So we need to land in the sea of, where does it say? Land on the moon. Whereabouts? Am I completely missing this destination? Oh, there we go. Yeah, so Sea of Serenity, we need to land there. So we're going to try and do that. I've got Serenity 2 being built up at the moment, which shouldn't take long. We've got New Dawn 3, which we are going to do a direct burn to Neptune 2 in about 23 days. And actually, I am going to build up Serenity 3 whilst I'm here. So, oh my god, that takes a lot of money. That's a very expensive rocket to build. So, right, so where did... Hang on. Okay. So I just... What? I just cloned that and... Oh no, I rush built. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Oh, well, there goes all my money. Oh, that was really, really silly of me. I meant to duplicate Serenity 2, but I rush built it. Oh well, not that that matters. But let's rename this to Serenity 3. Okay, and actually, I think I need to train up some astronauts in order to fly Serenity 2. So let's go in and proficiency Apollo. That's, no, I don't want proficiency. I want mission Apollo. Right, so Albert Harper, Ellen Cox, and Valentina Zimmerman were the 3 that went before. So who do we want to go this time? I think we will go Jane Jones. You can go along. We're going to want an engineer and a scientist as well. Ralph Taylor, you are a fresh-faced recruit. We might get you a good bit of training, sending you to the moon. And it looks like Johnny Peters is our only other engineer that we've got. So obviously Valentina Zimmerman was the one that went first. So we will send Johnny Peters this time, and it's going to take us 56 days to train those up. That's fine. Once this is done, it'll take, 38 days to build, and then it's going to take quite a while to actually roll that out. Sweet. Name what? Okay, alright. I have got, what is it? Ship manifest up. So, who did I just select? Who is being trained? We've got Johnny Peters, Ralph Taylor, and Jane Jones. So, Ralph Taylor, you are now going to be named So Not the Hero Type. Where are you? Edit. I think, yep, here we go. And apply. And there we go. You are on your way to the moon. Hopefully you won't die. Hopefully it will be a complete success. I mean, Serenity 1 was a complete success, the last episode that I did. That was a really fun episode to film. Obviously, when I did that episode, that wasn't the entire mission. I didn't film the entire mission in one go and do that. A lot of the cinematics that I got, I had to do by going into Crash and then filming them from different angles and all of that. So it wasn't the actual mission. It was more of a recreation, but Just, yeah, I mentioned it in a comment. Be assured that it all did take place correctly. And Phil, right, okay, so we're gonna have, who was it? Johnny Peters. Johnny Peters, you are now going to be named Phil. Let's get you in there. And I really don't know what I'm doing with Ship Manifest. It's not something that I use particularly often, so excuse me if it takes me a little while to get my head around this. Okay, but there we go, we're back in, and we're going to go with Phil. Phil is going to head to the moon as well. Right. So, what's another thing that I want to do is I really want to start focusing on space stations, because now that I've landed on the moon, that menu, I'm gonna have to come out. That menu won't go. You have to be on this screen for that to go. Space stations. Did I pick up the space station contract? I don't think I have yet. So let's have a look. No, I don't think I do. I think that will still be available. And I believe it's 730 odd days in order to, well, that's the time limit that you've got. And I'm fairly certain that I'll be able to launch that within the next 2 years. So, where is first space station? So yeah, 730 days, 2 years to do that. We need to do 2 launches, so we need to launch our actual space station, which has to be unmanned, and then we need to launch up crew who are going to go up and join them, and that gives us a very, very nice advance indeed, but space station parts are very expensive. So, what I think I'm going to do at the very start of this episode, I think I am going to go in and build up our first space station. So let's have a look. So we've not really got any transfer windows coming up apart from Neptune, which I already have something being built up for that. We've got Saturn in 151 days. I might just ignore that. I'll see how we get on with this episode, how we deal with time. So yeah, let's go into the vehicle assembly building and build ourselves a space station. I'm not sure about reusable rockets because RP1 doesn't really play well with reusable rockets. And I mean, I could try. I know there is a mod that allows you to use reusable rockets, but I think it's highly frowned upon with RP1. I'm not sure though. But Moon, Mars colonization, definitely. I definitely want to get there. And I think in the first episode that I actually did on this series, I did say I've never gone to Mars with humans, and it's definitely something that I really, really want to get to because I've never done it. It's a massive challenge, and yeah, it's quite exciting. So I do hope to get to Mars, and I am planning on doing a lunar base as well, something a little bit more permanent than just landing people on there, and that will come when it comes. I don't know when that will be, but anyway, let's work on our space station. So I need to go in and actually unlock all of the space station parts. Now, I've had a little bit of a think what I want to do with this. That's very expensive, 550,000 funds. That is rather expensive indeed. Okay, so we're going to get that, and then I'm also going to get the habitation module, just because it's got a treadmill in it. So when playing with Kerbalism, obviously your astronauts get stressed and all of that, so having a treadmill makes them break a lot later than they would. Where is it? I've seen it. There we go. Habitation module, another 360,000. See, that's why they give you such a big advance on the space station contract, because obviously the parts that you need to buy are going to be very expensive. But anyway, let's get this science module being the main one. I don't actually think this does any science in RP1 and in Kerbalism. Like, let's have a look. So we've got habitat enabled. Yeah, no, it doesn't actually give you any more science. I mean, we've got photography too, but nothing particularly major, which is a little bit annoying, but I kind of want it just for looks. This is going to be a very kind of aesthetic space station. I think I'm going to do it all in one go, and then this will just be kind of like Skylab, our first ever attempts at building a space station. I am going to, in the future, probably do a lot more complicated space stations, but just for now, we're gonna do a relatively simple one. We'll stick some docking ports on it so that we can actually dock to it and get our astronauts on board. And obviously all of the power and all of that we need to keep it up into, well, need to keep it up in space. Okay, so that was that. I want the habitation module, don't I? What does this look like? Oh, the nodes are all funny. Not that that matters. Right. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Where is crew tube procedural? So I am playing with connected living space, so I need to make sure that they can actually move through all of this. So what I want is a structural crew tube. Is that under structure? Not that. Not robotics. Structural crew tube procedural. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so that's gonna fit snugly on there. Let's make this into a cone. And I'm not sure how wide that top bit is. Let's have a look. How wide's the bottom? About 3 meters. That looks like it might be 2.5. Yeah, I think that matches. There we go, and it's still floating a little bit, so I'm still gonna just drag this down a little bit further. There we go. That looks a little bit better. And then we're just gonna color this in white so it kind of all matches. Except it doesn't really match. Maybe if we color it stock white, that looks a little bit better. I think we'll go for that. We'll go for that. That's what we're gonna go for. Okay, so someone mentioned in one of my comments a while back about the Kerbalism engine, and it is so useful, so useful. Where is it? I can't find it. Kerbalism engine, where are you? There. Oh, I haven't unlocked it. I thought I had. I thought I'd already used it on some certain things. So obviously we whack that on for now, and then we're going to take that off. But it means that when we fill up tanks, obviously those tanks are all full already. And yeah, no, look, it gives you the option to split food, water and oxygen how it should be, which is really nice. Okay, so what else do I want on a space station? Is there any science that I can put on this thing that I don't have? I mean, actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I don't think I have one of these from space near Earth, so we'll whack one of these on. Just place one there like that. That will do the trick. How much do we weigh already? 17 tons. Okay, so it looks like at the moment we are going to need to launch this on an Icarus X. I might have thought that this would actually go up to a slightly bigger launch vehicle by the time I'm finished building this, but we'll see. Right. I don't actually think I need any more science on this. I think we're perfectly fine just leaving it be. If anyone's got any recommendations on what to put on this thing in the comments, feel free to leave a recommendation. I'm not looking at the comments at the moment because I am mid build, so I'm trying to focus on what I'm going to be placing on this thing. So obviously we need some lights just so that we can see this thing when it goes onto the dark side of the planet. And we're going to need some solar panels. So the lovely RO solar panels, I think what we'll do is we'll get one on each side here. And I think I might flip them that way. And then let's have a look. What variant do we want? I think I'm going to go for maybe other. Yeah. Cool, those look pretty decent, pretty sizable. Let's have a look what else we've got. Yeah, might go for something like that. Track solar panel. Obviously, this Kerbalism engine is going to leave, so it won't be there the entire time. Does that give us enough power? Okay, why do we not? Well, I mean, it should give us enough power when these are in the right orientation. I hope these can track. I don't know if they can or not. If not, oh, well, that's something we'll just have to worry about when we get to it. Okay, so solar panels are on there. We are going to need to put some avionics on this thing, and what I am actually thinking of doing is placing some avionics on a separate part that will return to Earth. Might make docking with this a little bit more difficult, but that's not the end of the world. We'll come to that when we come to it, but obviously we are going to need a way to dock to this. So what I'm thinking of is the actual spacecraft that I'm going to use to ferry people up to this space station will be the Tranquility spacecraft, except I am going to modify it slightly so we can... We don't need the stage, we don't need the liquid hydrogen hydrolock stage that gets us to the moon on our spacecraft that we're going to get to actually go and visit the space station, because obviously this is going to be in low Earth orbit, so we don't need that hydrolock stage. So I will make those slight edits as well whilst we're in here. Okay, so yeah, this is kind of a real live experience of me doing a build episode as well, and I am doing this a little bit slower than I would like to because I've not thought much about doing this. Like I said, I have just come back from the weekend, and the only reason why I'm going into this is because, yeah, I wanted an episode out today and I just couldn't, I didn't have the time to do it. I got back this morning and yeah, so I thought let's give this whole live stream business a go and see how that goes. Okay, so we've got our docking port that we can attach to our Apollo capsule. This space station won't last particularly long. I think ideally I want this to have enough food and water and oxygen to last maybe 60 days. So if we have a crew of 3, which is what I want it to be, let's have a look. So 21 days, 21 days, 20 days. Okay. So we are going to need a little bit more food, water, and oxygen. We still need a little bit more. I'm hoping those solar panels are going to provide us enough power so we don't have to rely on fuel cells or anything like that. Can we fill this up? No, we have no resources available. Actually, no, let's fill that up and see what that does. Okay, 75 days. I think that's more than enough for our first attempts at a space station. Like I said, this is a really early space station, so I can get rid of that. And what's our battery life like when we're in shadow? 1 day and 7 hours. Okay, that's not particularly bad. I think pretty much that's this actually done. So actually, I've made that the root part, haven't I? What I want to do is I want to flip it up like that. And then we will get ourselves a decoupler. I don't know why this does this. I am gonna actually test this out just to make sure that this works all fine, because having to offset this up here is a little bit of a concern. It's a little bit of a worry, but hopefully nothing too bad. Okay, so I'm gonna change that. I think we'll go for a bit of a black paint job on there. Sweet. And then, yeah, I don't think there's anything I'm missing for a space station. I might be wrong. Looking like Space Lab. That was kind of the idea. It's just early space station. 170 tons. Well, my biggest rocket at the moment can go... It's the Heracles Super 64, what I launched Serenity on. I think that can get 120 tons to low Earth orbit. So, I mean, we could make this 170 tons eventually if I just decided to dock more and more parts to it. But the problem is I am using this docking port, And I think I'm just gonna have this have its life of 75 days, and then in the future we're gonna go more big, more grand, something that we will build and it takes several launches to put it all together, and then maybe we'll do the same around the moon and all of that. This is just the first basic space station that we are going to kind of just leave in space for 75 days and then dump when we feel like it. So, oh wow, there's a lot of comments to catch up for up to now. Hello, Calvin McClure. And Cosmo is here. Just reading up at the moment. So. Oh yeah. In mission control, you can change between active and no. There's 4 tabs, isn't there? There's all offered, active, and archive, I think. And I've been on offered. Right, so anyway, let's get back to this. So all I want really on here is some avionics to control this. I'm not even sure. How much do we weigh? We only weigh 14. How have we gone down? I'm sure we were on 17. Wait, what? that's... I mean, I filled this up with more life support, but that I would have thought that would have made our weight go up rather than down. That's really bizarre. I don't know why that's happened. Strange. Very, very strange. Okay, so... Yeah, sorry, I get... Everything is distracting. Okay, so do I want this kind of avionics on here? It's lucky that loaded. I may... Yeah, the stream may go off in a second because for some reason avionics do not play well with my game anymore and they regularly make my KSP crash. So I'm just going to make this the exact same size. This is going to be a very boring looking thing. Length 2... Yeah, no, we can get that down. Change it to service module 4 so we can utilize it as best as we can. Then we're going to put some electric charge in. I don't think we need anywhere near that much. I'll go for maybe 2,000. I think 2,000 should be all right for what I've got in mind. All this is going to do is launch this space station and then get it into the correct altitude that we want it. So I've still got... If I want to launch this on an Icarus X, I've still got 10 tons to play with. Oh, actually, no, I do need to change the control mass of this. So if we set it to 25, which is what the Icarus X is capable of launching, so we weigh 15 tons. So yeah, I've got 10 tons to play around with. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to maybe put an AJ-10 Advanced on here, and then we can do a little bit of maneuvering in space if we need to. Hopefully we shouldn't need to. I'm fully anticipating getting... I think what I want about a 400 kilometer orbit, maybe. I think that should be low enough that we don't pass through the Van Allen belts. Talking of that, I might actually put a bit of shielding on these. How much does that whacks up our weight quite considerably, but God, that really whacks up our weight. I suppose it is what, lead, I think, according to Kerbalism. So yeah, I can see why that would up our weight. Okay, where is the AJ-10 Advanced? There. Just offset that in ever so slightly. This thing looks ridiculous, but oh well. I'm going to get rid of the flag on there as well. Fill this up with Aerosine and NTO. And that gives us a grand total of 770 meters per second of delta V, and we weigh too much. How much do we weigh now? 24.69. I think I still want that to go down just a little bit more. 349 meters per second of delta V. Yeah, that will do. That will do. because I imagine it won't take anywhere near that much to get the kind of altitude that I want. Okay, if I place my RCS quad there, it's gonna really not do very much, is it? But I don't really want the RCS on the actual space, on the space station. Hopefully this could end up being really bad, because I'm not going to place RCS on the space station. However, once I decouple it, if the space station starts spinning out of control for whatever reason, then it's going to be a very hard dock indeed, because we're going to have to completely rely upon the Apollo capsule that is going to come and meet with it. This thing looks really ugly. I'm really not I'm not very proud with how this thing's turned out, but I am, like I said, I'm going to make a lot better space stations in the future. So let's make sure that we config this to Aerosine and NTO, which is what's in there, I believe. Get those to go at the same time. Sweet. I think that should be it. Anyone got a name for this space station? Because I can't think of a name at the moment. So if anyone in the comments has a naming suggestion for this, the first space station that NASA Space Agency will be sending up to low Earth orbit. Thrust to weight. No, doesn't really matter. Is my thrust to weight on that terrible? It's, yeah, 0.15. Yeah. I don't have radiators unlocked at the moment. I don't think. I think they're quite a way. I'm still quite a way off of those. So you reckon I should put some stability control on the actual station? Okay, I might do that. Right. Okay. I might grab... I place those up there. We'll get Aerosine and NTO on that. Hopefully these can run through the Aerosine and NTO that's in here. I am going to check this, so... Yep. NASA lab. Right, so... Oh, actually, yeah, no. N2 tanks, that's actually reminded me. Although we are using a O2 pressure controller. But that's got an N2 pressure controller, so we need nitrogen and oxygen. That's a... Can I change that? Nope, that has to be O2. And I bet this has to be N2, doesn't it? Yes. Well, I'll add some nitrogen tanks anyway. I'll get some radial tanks on here. It might make it look a little bit more interesting as well. So maybe we can get 4 of those just down there. Just whack them on anywhere that I see fit. And we want... They're going to be very big for just nitrogen. Although, actually, yeah, no, going on what Calvin McClure said, actually I might configure these to nitrogen. And then, yeah, and then just use this nitrogen for the pressure controller and use it for the RCS thrusters that are on here. They're only small RCS thrusters. I might keep them at this size. So actually, let's go in and reconfigure. Nitrogen's awful, though. Nitrogen is really awful. So I'll get rid of those ones. But to be honest, I don't really... I can't imagine that I'll be using those an awful lot. Okay, right, okay, sweet. And I'm gonna change those to white and inset them slightly to about there. There we go. This is a massive crew tube, so they're definitely not going to be blocked off by those nitrogen tanks. Okay, and there. Now we've just got a few little balls. Right. So, yeah, okay, we'll call this car NASA Lab. And I'll save it. And actually, if I want to have any form of control using these, I am going to have some avionics on this stage. So if I take that off. Oh, it's done that. Oh, why? Why? How much does this stage weigh? 20 and a half tons. We are going to get some avionics. That's what I was going to do. Okay, so let's just grab these procedural avionics. Where to put these, though? Cause light. That's incredible. That's insane. Yeah, no. That is the name. That is definitely the name. Right. I think most of my viewers are American, and that's why I'm doing this really late at night, being from the UK. And the reason why I'm doing it at this time is obviously I think a lot of my viewers are from over in the States or Canada or over that way. So no, I'm definitely naming it that. That's the best name. That was incredible. Right. Anyway, back to actually building this thing. So I need to figure out where I'm going to put these avionics for this stage. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, please don't crash. Oh, I hate playing around with the avionics in this because, yeah, I've already mentioned it has made my game go all kinds of weird and iffy. I mean, I could place them. Could make it like a little section at the bottom here. Change it to a cone. Make it 2.5 meters. Maybe make the bottom, maybe, yeah, 1. Change the length down. No, I don't want the bottom to be 1. Maybe 2. Yeah, I'm gonna make the sides, keep them as plain metal, and I want the ends to be different. Where is the ends? There, custom end, service module 4, and we will color this in pretty colors as well. Okay, so actually what that means is I'm going to get rid of the avionics on that stage because I no longer need those avionics if I've got avionics on here. And what I'll do is I will make this 25 tons so we can control everything. And I'm actually gonna make it deep space, and then that way, no, I don't want it to be 100 tons. Yeah, I'm gonna make it deep space, and then that way we can hibernate it so it won't be drawing as much power as a near Earth one. Right, so I thought I got rid of that avionics. No, I don't want to. I am having a little bit of a mare doing this. Right, let's do that. And actually, no, before I do this, I just want to color this in and make sure it looks how I want it to, So we're going to make it white. and then white at the bottom as well. And then actually, rather than a decoupler, oh no, I was thinking of putting a docking port on there, but actually no, because that's avionics, obviously our crew aren't going to be able to maneuver through that, so yeah, we'll keep it as is. 24 tons. And actually, I'm going to change this decoupler. Oh, but right, no, I am going to have avionics on here as well, because I do not want to leave this stage up in space. I want to bring it back down, so we're not littering up Earth's low Earth orbit and Kessler syndrome and all of that. No, so I am going to have some avionics on here, but it's only going to have a control mass of maybe like 5 tons. Yeah, that should do us fine. And then we can actually change this down to a control mass of, say, 21 tons. And that should do the trick. Okay. I think that's mostly done for all of this. I just want to make this all look a little bit nicer. So I'm going to... My avionics in the past have been orange. So actually, I'm going to stick with that. Close that up. We're going to get this to be cryo. And actually, yeah, kind of look at that. It's so wide at the top compared to the bottom, and all of the heavy lifting duties is down at the bottom. But oh well. Right, okay, so yeah, let's say that. I think that might be us done. And actually, no, let's change the amount of electric charge we've got on this stage. Maybe I did 2,000 on that last one. Actually, no, I've not even changed that on this one, have I? No, I haven't. So let's make this. I want this to have a little bit more electric charge though, because obviously this is going to be. Although no, I think we've got electric charge in these anyway. But I'm going to add 2,000 on here as well, just because. Update, there we go. And how much electric charge do we have in total? We've got so much, so that really didn't make any sort of difference at all. Right, okay, save once again. Now let's go into the sub-assembly section of the vehicle assembly building and pick ourselves a sub-assembly. So Icarus X, that is what I thought we were going to need. 25 tons to low Earth orbit launch vehicle, and it would appear that it has made my game crash. Oh dear. Oh no, there we go, we're back. Right. Okay. That's bizarre. Oh, there we go. Right, okay, so it does work. How peculiar. Right, let's just make sure that all fits pretty much bang on. Yeah, that's a nice, snug little fit. Now I just need to check my staging. Check yo staging. I think was it Scott Manley who originally was like really known for saying that all the time, and there's been loads of memes of him, like just KSP memes being like Scott Manley doing check yo staging, except in a bit of a Scottish accent. I can't do a Scottish accent, so there's no way I'm going to try and emulate Scott Manley. Right. So, yeah, we want those 4E1 engines to fire. Then we want this whole launch pad to let go of the rocket. Then we want that stage to decouple and our separation motors to go, as well as our 2 J2 engines to fire up. Then we want that to detach before that, and I'm going to have to pull that off again. And yeah, so I don't know why I did that then. I'm probably going to have to come in and change that very, very shortly. And then we want that to all go off, and we want the AJ10 series to fire as well as the RCS that is on that stage. And I think that's that done. The Coors Light space station is finished, is done and dusted. Where did that go once I... Oh, it still stayed where it should have done. That's brilliant. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I am going to go into... I'm going to go into Crash and test this out, because there's a lot of stuff on here that could go wrong. So yeah, I'm going to go into Crash and I'm going to sort this out. So now we get the really long load time of loading up the actual launch. But whilst that, let's check out the comment section. But yeah, no, Cause Light is definitely going to be the name. I'll have to remember what it stands for. Right, yes, I will. Actually, I'm gonna probably screenshot the comments, and then when I go back into the vehicle assembly building, once I finish testing this, I will write it in the description. Right, where was it? Yeah, actually, yeah, having some avionics on there. Well, that's why I'm hoping those solar panels are. They are, what do you call it? They are sun tracking. I don't know if they are. That's one thing I do want to test out during this test. Yes. Right. So, Carnasa Orbital Observatory Research Station, Limited Geohemispheric Telescope. Yeah, but you know what? That's actually a really kind of good name for it, so definitely. The problem with doing that, though, CJP 407, is, like I said, when I want to do kind of more of a proper space station, I want to use some of the docking ports that don't mean I can only dock Apollo to it. I want to use some of the... Why are they... Oh yeah, of course I put them in there. Okay, right, so they are going to be flying up on the space station. This won't happen when I actually launch this thing, so if I engage autopilot, what's that saying? Give me... It's not liking that. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, there we go. 934 left. So can I get it to a 200 by 200 orbit? That's not looking promising. Ideally, I want that to be above 800. That number there, when I use MechJet PVG, it's kind of the rough number that I've found that seems to work when I launch using PVG. Okay, let's go for 180. 180, please. And 180. 180. Yeah, 835. Right, okay, so that should do us just fine. So, with that being said, let's launch this rocket. And that is very, very loud. And very, very slow. Right, I'm gonna... I was just checking the comments section for a little bit, but now I'm just going to physical time warp through this just to make sure this all gets up safely. I mean, I know the rocket works. I've launched the Icarus X countless amounts of times now. Oh, we're getting a bit of a lag stutter. I probably should go through and prune some of my mods. I mean, I'm playing with a very large amount. Why is that? I don't know why PVG has set me on this kind of ascent. It seems not what I would usually get. Oh, well, that shouldn't have been set to that. And that shouldn't have been set to that. Oops, my bad. And I've completely screwed this launch up because now that's not fired. Oh, I'm gonna... That's not gone well. That's not gone well. Let's try this again. Round 2. It's gonna work. The Icarus works. This isn't the part of the launch that I need to test. It's the actual space station once it gets to space. Oh dear. And another loading screen. This is why it's great to do these kind of episodes in when I've edited them and sped them up, because you get to miss out on all of the fun loading screens that take a really, really long time because I've got far too many mods and not enough RAM to run all of the mods that I'm using. But, oh well. Oh well. So, looks like we've almost loaded up once again. Yep, here we go. Okay, so I'm going to change that to 80. That should be a little bit better. And that, I want that to be 0.5. I think that should do us nicely. I want to emit coast. I don't know why that was unticked. I think that may be why our J2 stage didn't fire up. Right. Yep. That looks good. And here we go for round 2. And you know what? That was actually quite nice that the... Oh, smoke and debris and all of that from the plumes, the smoke from the plumes went out of the actual launch pad, because that doesn't happen all the time. I'm not sure why that doesn't happen. It's nice when it does it though. It looks a lot better than, yeah, all of that blast stuff going all over the place. Right, I'm not entirely sure why that's turning as well, but that shouldn't be an issue. And once again, I'm going to physical time warp this 4 times. And hopefully, once we get to main engine cut off for this stage, I hope and I pray that our J2 section of this will actually go off. Otherwise, I'm in a bit of trouble. No. Okay, right. Why is that happening? I think maybe it's because I had limit acceleration on. I think it is. So, third time's the charm, I guess. Let's go back and sort this out. Now that I've unticked that, I think that should be the reason why. That's really annoying though. Basically, why I had all of my PVG settings changed up is because just before I went away this weekend, I decided that I'd have a little bit of fun and try and design a shuttle. And I had to change everything around in order to actually make the shuttle fly. I got the shuttle up eventually, but yeah, it's kind of screwing over my standard launch vehicles in this series at the moment. Oh well. Oh well. But now we have to wait again. Oh, another loading screen. I've not played stock KSP for a really long time, and it's something that I would quite like to try again, just to kind of see the difference in loading screens, because I'm fairly sure stock KSP doesn't take anywhere this amount of time to run. I mean, I've got quite a decent computer and it really struggles. I mean, there are some things I could do better, but... Is that? It looked like it was wobbling all over the place. Right, so with acceleration limiter no longer on, hopefully third time's the charm, and this should do us fine. Because actually what I think happened was these these 4 E1 engines were cutting out before we reached the end of this fuel, because we were going over 35 meters per second of acceleration. So now that I have turned that off, hopefully, fingers crossed, this will get us into orbit. Average loading screen time, I don't know. I don't know how long that was, but well, to actually launch the game, I reckon it takes me about 15 minutes or so. I'm running it off of an SSD, and still it takes me around that long to launch. Actually, when I started this stream, I only loaded up KSP about 5 minutes before I started the stream, so for the first little bit of this stream, I didn't have the game open, which was a rookie mistake, so I know next time. There we go, finally! That was the reason why that wasn't happening. Oh, so finally this is going up, and we are going to have 180, roughly, maybe 170 by the time we get there, meters per second of delta V left in this stage, which is, yeah, I think I'm happy with that. There go the fairings, and we can, well, I say we can see this thing for the first time, but we won't because you've seen me just design this in the stream. So, no, it's not a big fancy reveal or anything like that. I think the only thing, actually, that's on the series at the moment that I have not revealed is the, oh, I thought oh no, I do have auto-deploy solar panels on. Yeah, the only thing that I've got is the rover that I am sending to Mars, which will arrive in 241 days, so it won't be the start of 1965, it will be in 1965 part 2, and yeah, so that's like the only big reveal I've got left to do. Obviously, like my favorite thing was doing the Serenity mission. That was such fun to do with all of the cinematics, and I was really pleased with how that turned out, and using, oh, Strauss, what is it? Is it Sunrise? The music from 2001 Space Odyssey at the start of that, and I just, yeah, no, that looked really cool. But we are almost at the end of this orbital launch. It looks like everything has gone well. I did know everything was going to go well with this rocket, or it should have done, but it took me 3 times to actually get it up here. I have used this rocket so many times, but oh, that's at a, oh no, that is at the correct place, because obviously this stage does have a little bit of RCS on it, so that I can use this stage for helping with transfer burns and stuff like that, in just helps out. So I'm obviously not going to need that for this, but we are able to get ourselves into a 180 kilometer orbit by 180, and there we go, that RCS works. That's wonderful. Let's get this RCS on as well, and that all works as well. That's all promising indeed. How much? We've got 337 meters per second of delta V left. Stick this in a prograde, into prograde, and then how much nitrogen is that using? Oh, we still got loads, so yeah. And then we fire up the AJ-10 Advanced, and that looks like it is doing us the job. So this will be more than capable of getting into a 400 kilometer orbit, I believe. Yeah, no, this should definitely be capable of getting us into a 400 kilometer orbit. Yep, cool. Now the final thing is we detach this. Oh, so I'm going to need more avionics on that stage, so this is why we test. And then this stage obviously is going to do this, do a very fast spin, and then just send itself back crashing down to Earth. And there we go, that will be the end of that simulation. I need to add a little bit more avionics onto the actual space station, and that's all I need to do. I am going to head away just quickly for about 30 seconds whilst I grab something, so be right back. Well, it looks like I came back in just then at roughly the right time for this to all be done. So yeah, I had to, like I said, I should be having the chat coming up on my screen. I don't know why it's not doing that, so I'm having to rely on having my stream open on my phone and checking the chat on there. And my phone was about to run out of power, so I had to quickly go grab a phone charger. So, avionics. We want a little bit more avionics on this stage. So, where are we? Where am I looking? There. No. Go. 24 should do the trick. Right, sweet. Cause light. And what did I say I was going to do? I'm going to go in. I'm going to find that comment by Cosmo. And there we go. Put it in the description so I can remember what this actually stands for. So, Carnasa Orbital Observatory Research Station. I've never really drunk Coors Light. I think I've had it a couple of times, but as American beers go, I really like Budweiser. In fact, I drink Budweiser all the time. I do like Bud, but I'm not going to be drinking anytime soon. My weekend away has left me feeling a little bit worse for wear. Research station. I just met up with one of my old university friends who I hadn't seen for a long time because obviously lockdown and all of that, and I have been drinking solidly for the past 3 days. Well, not yesterday, but yeah. So I can't think of alcohol at the moment. It's not very good. Okay, limited geo hemispheric telescope. There we go. I really like that name. But yeah, but that's another thing that happened obviously over the weekend. I went away this weekend and I came back to having almost 100 new subscribers on the channel. So if anyone here is one of those new subscribers, welcome. Thank you so much for subscribing. That was a real shock when I got back and kind of saw how much my channel had grown over the weekend. I was really surprised, and it's very nice reading through a lot of the comments and seeing what people were saying. And yeah, no, thank you everyone who has subbed up. Okay, so now that that's done, I did change the avionics. I think we are good to go. So I need to tool this. I think there should only be a couple of things to tool, maybe the avionics and the procedural crew tube. Oh, wow, that's so expensive. Oh, that's really expensive. I've got the money. I've got the money. There we go. We're gonna do it. Okay, so sweet. So now that that's done, we can launch it. Coors Light is going to be launched, and hopefully that all works first time round. So what does that make our build list look like? Coors Light, I think we'll do that before Serenity 3. And yeah, now let's go and edit Tranquility, which is going to be our rocket that takes us up to this. It's going to take us up to actually meet this. So the only edits that I need to do, I've already mentioned it, we are going to get rid of that hydrolock stage that was going to be our trans-lunar injection, because we are not going to need that. Oh, spinny circle of death. Come on. Spoilers. I don't think there will be. I mean, we've got a couple of missions that I'm going to be paying attention to, because what the idea of this was I was going to get through 1965 Part 1 in this live stream. I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. Well, I mean, it's 11 PM where I am already. I was anticipating on doing this up to 1, and obviously I've spent a long time in the vehicle assembly building. But we'll see. We'll see how we get to that, and hopefully there won't be too many spoilers. We are gonna see a few encounters on here, just looking at what's actually going to come up in the first half of this episode. Well, not episode, this stream. So, anyway, yes, I've got Tranquility 2 up now. What did I want to do with this? So, actually, let's extend our hangar, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get rid of that. And then, how much does this weigh? 25 tons. You know what? We can launch this on an Icarus X as well. Is an Icarus X a good launch vehicle to launch humans on, though? That is the question. I'm not sure if it is. I'm not sure if it's been human rated. I think the G-forces on that. Well, we'll see. We'll stick it on and we will see. Come on. Icarus X. I think it might be. I think it might just be fine. Come on, game. Stop being slow. Right, but I actually want to take those avionics. There we go. And I want to... get a different, I want an interstage adapter rather than a payload adapter. That's the words I was looking for. Right. Not a payload adapter, an interstage adapter. There we go. And I think Icarus X is 4 meters. No, no, it is not. How wide is that? 5 meters. Okay. Right, so then we place that there. Then our top, what's our top? Diameter 4 meters, so that needs to go up to 4. Then we'll get some extra height on that, and we'll stick some conic recolors on there. And that's obviously too much because it is now clipping into there. But we can take that down a little bit. There we go, and that should there we go, that's fine. Okay. So, density 0.01, and I think I'm just going to keep that like that. Let's just have a look. Thrust to weight ratio, that's quite a lot. Oh no, 1.18. Where's Kerbal Engineer? 8.22 on that J2 stage. There'll be 4.29. So I think this should be fine. We'll be hitting about 4.3 Gs at the very end of this stage. That 8.22, it won't be that bad because those J2s are throttleable. So it won't be hopefully anywhere near that much. But I do want to test it, and I am going to test it. And actually, one other thing that I think it really needs a way of the crew getting up there. Thing is, if I use a lead ballast for this, it means that I won't have enough delta V to get this up into orbit. At least I don't think I will. Right, so I want to use 700-ton launch pad, I think. Yeah, it's too... We'll use the 1,500-ton launch pad. Okay, and now we get to see me doing modular launch towers painfully slow. Right, modular launch pads. I'm not very good at doing these. I've only really started using them on this series, and I didn't even use them at the start. Someone told me that there was an update for it and configs for RP1. So ever since I found out about those, I have been trying to use them, but I'm still not very good with them. What is this? Modular multi-service tower. But I need to change that. Oh, I'm gonna, yeah. All right, we're going to get rid of that. We're going to make it a crew one because obviously we need crew. We have crew on board. We need a way for them to be able to get up. And this is purely aesthetical, but still. I want it to look good. As good as I can make it, I guess. Right, so how high do we want this? 15 meters, 20 meters, 25 meters. Nope, we need to go up even higher. And we need to, I think, can you take the top off of this? I think you can, so off. Tower base, tower top, off. There we go. Tower base, we do want the tower base on. We don't want the tower base on this section though. So we go off there. Then that goes up like that. And now it is 243 meters high apparently. So we need to get that down. But it doesn't change from 243 meters because of course it doesn't. Now that's too high for, I suppose if we get a general access crew arm. Come on. Huh. That's not going how I want it to. Is that configs for modular launch pad? Yeah, it is modular launch pads, isn't it? Modular launch pads, yeah. I can't remember either. Someone mentioned it in a comment of one of my videos. I can't remember which one though. But I think, yeah, for the modular launchpad mod, I think there is configs on the GitHub for that mod. I think that's where I got them from. This isn't gonna work. Right. What can we make this look like? Well, we want that to be general. But that's way too big. What I might have to do, no, I want to keep it at 5 meters. No, I want to think, yeah, side right. Yeah. This is what we want to do. This is what we want to do, and then we want to get that there. But we are gonna need to raise this. Raise it a bit further. Raise the roof. Raise it up. And something like that. Oh no, that's not quite where I want it. I think maybe there. And then if I can maybe get this inside a little bit, and then at least we have a way of our Kerbals getting to the actual cockpit of that, the capsule up at the top. Now I'm gonna make this red just because I feel like painting it red. Right, and red again. There we go, and that needs to be red as well. Looks very colourful indeed. And now what I want, I'm not sure if I want to do this at the moment though. What I do want is to have obviously umbilicals coming off of the rocket. So what kind of options do we have when it comes to that? I'm sure there are options somewhere. Where are we? Where am I looking? It's not Saturn Tower. We don't want the Saturn V parts because they are going to be ridiculously big for this rocket. I think... Where are we looking? Swing arms, general swing arms. Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want. Okay, so let's sort these out. And I want them to be side, except I want them to be side the other side. Can you change that in there? Doesn't look like it. So I'm going to have to flip that around. And hope that that doesn't kind cause all kind of mess ups. I don't know why I shifted that. I could have just set the symmetry to 90 and done it instantly. But no, I'm torturing myself when using these modular launch pads. Right. That is currently on an interstage, so we don't want that there. We want that more where it's actually going to be useful. And I guess, yeah, I'm only going to put 2 on. Ideally, I would put more on, but I don't want this section of the video to go on whilst I'm still trying to figure out how to do modular launch. Oh no, why did I pick up the entire thing? Yeah, I don't want this to go on for more than is really necessary. So we'll get one there, and we'll also get one up there. Yeah, that will do us for now. And actually, I am going to change this slightly just so it looks a little bit different. No, not that. That. Yeah, that looks promising. And we'll have that go in a little bit more. Something like that. And it doesn't... That could come out a little bit more, couldn't it? That could... Small 2. Yeah, there we go. I'm not very good at using these. Not very good at using these at all. But, oh well. Right, these all have to go in this section, I believe. So, E1s go off. That all goes off. Then the interstage there fires and the separation motors go and the J2 goes. Then we have that go as well as that. No, that's not correct. We want that to go... Wait, where are they? Right, separation mode separate. Okay, yeah, no. And then that should all be fine. That should actually work. And this isn't going to be called Tranquility. I'm just going to call this LEO Shuttle at the moment. I can't think of a name quite yet, but well, unless anyone's got a name for this. This was Tranquility, which was our first flyby in orbit of the moon. Now, all it's going to be is a shuttle to get us from Earth to Cause Light. So, I don't know if anyone can think of any amazing names that are like bottle opener, because obviously to get into a bottle of Cause Light, I assume you need a bottle opener. So, yeah, something, I don't know. But that's that all done for now, I think. And I don't think I need to test this. The only reason why I'd want to test this is to make sure that it is human rated and doesn't really exceed 5Gs or anything like that. But I don't think it should. I don't think it should. The max that those J2 engines are going to produce is 8.22 Gs. And they are throttleable to a point where I think we shouldn't be getting anywhere near that. And I know all of this works because I've sent it to the moon already. I've actually successfully sent this around the moon. So, yeah, I'm not going to test this because that's just another really, really long amount of time that I don't really want to do. So, yeah, we're gonna save this. We probably don't need to tool anything. Oh, no, we need to tool these new fairings. Not that that matters. That shouldn't cost an awful lot. 3,000 funds. That's fine. Right, so save that, and then we will launch that. And that can go before Serenity 3 as well. And obviously we are going to have to train up some astronauts to use that. Does it really take 76 days? It's the Apollo capsule. The Apollo capsule takes so long to make. And my screen is looking a little bit cluttered at the moment. Let's just clear everything up a little bit. There we go. Cool. So, now that that's all done, I think we're going to get back into the Space Center. Sweet. And I'm just going to check my streaming software because I think there was something I forgot to do. I did forget to do it. I forgot to turn on the recording. So this isn't going to take place. This stream won't take place instead of 1965 Part 1. I want to record all of this and then just do my standard episode afterwards. But I just wanted to stream this because I didn't have anything to release tonight. And yeah, so I should have been recording that entire vehicle assembly building section, but I forgot to hit record. So I was obviously streaming, but I've not recorded it. So that's a little bit annoying, but I am recording it from now. Anyway, so we're back at the Space Center, but let's have a look. So, is RO hard? Well, I mean, in some, yeah, I guess. It's a lot of learning. There's a lot of kind of things that you've got to figure out, I guess. But I don't know. When I learned RO, I think there was, well, Nathan Kell's YouTube series I watched, which was really kind of pivotal in me actually learning how to fly things in RO and how to design things. There's a lot of great content out there at the moment. Like, you've obviously got Calvin McClure, who was in the chat earlier on. I don't know if he's still here. You've got Cosmonaut Crash, who was also in the chat earlier on. I don't know if he's still here. So Not the Hero Type. He's got a good series, very informative. So, is this an Aries? It's not really. It's just, oh, I didn't even do the name. Oh well. Oh well. Right. But anyway, I think that's me all caught up with the comments for now. So, what is going to be the first thing on our agenda for 1951? I mean, all we have done so far is actually build a couple of rockets. So, New Dawn 3, which is going to be our attempt at going to Neptune. Neptune's in 23 days. So, I think that will be the first thing. And then I think we might be looking at launching Serenity 2 not long after. Okay, right. That's not looking promising. So, I get a weird bug where Earth goes all patchwork, and I have a feeling that it's done that because that time warp really lagged out then. And when my time warp does that, it usually means that my Earth is all bugged. I don't know if it's because I'm streaming this at the same time. If that is the case, that'd be really, really annoying. But, well, we didn't even finish New Dawn. Oh, I guess it must have been science. Yeah, that's still being rather slow. Oh, it's speeding up a little bit, I guess. It's not too bad. There we go. New Dawn 1 is done, and we can roll that out to the launch pad. I think we'll need to put it on our 700-ton launch pad because I'm fairly certain that's going to be launched on an Icarus X. Neptune is in 9 days, so we are going to make that. Wow, that... Yeah, no, it looks like this has all kind of gotten a bit smoother. I don't know why that was lagging out so hard at the beginning of that, but oh well. So, we've got Neptune in 5 days, then we've got our deep space maneuver, the Olbers Orbiter, which is on its way to Vesta, I believe, so we're going to have to do that very quickly after. Then, 13 days after that, Hermes 8, which was our first ever probe to get to Jupiter, is going to be flying past Io. So, yeah, lots and lots and lots coming up in the space of a very short amount of time, but let's skip ahead to our Neptune transfer window. And I think I will launch anytime from now. So yeah, let's get New Dawn 2 launched. New Dawn 2, New Dawn 3 launched. And have to wait a really long time once again for the loading screen. I do need to clear up some of my mods. I really do need to clear up some of my mods. Yeah, I'm just wondering if my time warp is being laggy now because obviously I've got a lot more going on, like I'm streaming rather than just recording, so I've got Chrome up and I've got a few tabs of Chrome up, and I think streaming is probably more intensive than just recording anyway, so yeah, that might be a bit of an issue, but I might have to downgrade some of my texture packs or something like that, or upgrade my RAM. I do need to get some more RAM. That is something that I should hopefully sort out soon, but I don't know. Come on, loading screen. Well, looks like the loading screen might be just about done. Yep, there we go. Oh, that's got a little bit of a worrying wobble. I don't like the look of that. So, this is New Dawn 3. New Dawn 3 is going to hopefully go to Neptune in a really, really, really long time. So, what we want to do to launch to Neptune, we are going to target the moon. We're going to launch into the moon's plane, launch into the plane of the moon. So, we'll set the moon as the target. Launch into plane of the target. When's that going to be? 11 hours and 14 minutes. I wonder if it's going to be a night launch. And why did I just get... why did I get rid of MechJeb? I need MechJeb. MechJeb, come back. Where are you? Where are you? Ascent guidance. There we go. Oh, but now it's all in the wrong place. So I don't need landing guidance. I probably will want smart ASS up at some point. Booster pitch star, 80, yes, I think that's what we want. Everything there looks okay. Limit acceleration, we don't want that on. Obviously, that caused a lot of issues in testing. So, okay. Have I got auto warp off? I don't want to auto deploy solar panels. I do have auto warp off. So, let's see this time warp ahead. Now, I've not had a failure of an Icarus X in a very, very long time. Which is surprising because there's a lot of components to this. It's got 4 E1 engines on the bottom and then a J2. I think it might be the earliest iteration of the J2 on there because I've just not gone ahead and upgraded that yet. But let's see. Hopefully this should work. Well, all 4 of the E1 engines fired, which was really nice, and we got the plumes coming through correctly, which is also really nice. And New Dawn 3 is on its way to Neptune. We have got our launch vehicle going up and up and up, and actually, because I said that I'm going to be recording parts of this as well, I should have done that in the F2 screen. Oh, well, I guess that the actual episode of this content is going to look a little bit different anyway because it has been a live stream, but we are on our way up, and someone did mention that they wanted me to try and not time warp through a lot of this because they like the look of the plumes properly, and when you do physical time warp, obviously the plumes go all kind of funny. So what I want to do is I am going to, just let this run at regular time for the first little bit of the launch, which is what I usually show in a launch anyway on the episodes. And, well, the mouse has come back on screen now, so I might as well time warp this ahead and get our screen up. And then once I get to the end of the launch, what I will do is I will hit that F2 screen as well and just get a little bit of a nice shot of this finally achieving its orbit without the heads-up display up. But that looks like that's all gone well. Now, hopefully, those two engines ignite and we find ourselves on our way to orbit. And I am going to lower the time warp here because... there we go. No ignition failure whatsoever. So once again, I can physical time warp up to 4 times whilst this launch finalizes. Well, finalizes? Not really the right word, I guess. Well... whilst we finished the launch? I don't know, but it's always a shame when you launch in night. I mean, I do have engine light, which is why you can see like a little bit of the rocket, especially where the engines actually are. Oh, there go the fairings. Bye-bye. That was very quick. I can't actually remember what this thing looks like. It's been so long since I've sat down to actually play KSP. So, yeah, I can't really remember much about all of these missions, if I'm going to be particularly honest. And obviously the last episode that went up was the Serenity mission. I think I finished recording that probably this time last week, maybe even a bit earlier, because I wanted to get loads done. I did get loads done in the space of a week for this series because I knew I was going away. So I wanted to kind of keep up with a regular schedule and have things being uploaded whilst I was gone. So yeah, but it's been a very, very long time since I've actually played this. So if I don't know what's going on in points of this stream, that is entirely my fault, and it's because I've forgotten what I was actually doing before I got to this stage. Probably should have refreshed myself on what was actually happening. But there we go, we're coming up to the end of our orbit now, so I'm gonna just get a lovely little panning shot. Not a proper panning shot. I do have camera tools which does that really nicely, and that's what I was using for the Lunar special, and that yeah, you can actually get some really nice shots with that. Okay, so that will do us for that. Now let's set our target as Neptune, and what I am going to be doing is I am going to be using this stage for a little bit of the burn. So Neptune set as target. Where are we? Maneuver planner. We want to get our advanced transfer to another planet up. Include capture burn. Well, our best transit duration is going to take us 36 years. What if we kind of go down around here, though? Let's have a look. So obviously, in Flight Planner, the darker blue, the better the transfer. The further down you are, what is it? The further down you are, the quicker the transit duration to the planet that you're going to, and the closer to the left is the, well, is the earlier that you can go. So like this is what, yeah, a year in the future, and this is now. So do we want to try and get a quicker transfer over here? Let's have a look if we can see what we can get there. So that would be, what would the capture burn be on not the capture burn, the trans Neptune burn, I guess is what it would be. 9,277.5 meters per second. And that will take us 24 years to get there. I mean, obviously 24 years is still a really long time, but we have 1,024 meters per second left in that stage and 8,213 meters per second in that stage. I'm gonna go for that one. I think we can do it, so yeah, let's do it. Let's activate the RCS on this stage, and then we're going to spin ourselves round and get ourselves in the correct orientation. How long is our battery going to last? It's going to last forever. That's brilliant. So we've got no worries of running out of avionics by the time we get to starting this burn. That is something that happened, I think, with New Dawn 2. Basically, the avionics on this upper stage for the Icarus X took a lot of battery power and made sure that, yeah, this ran out of electric charge by the time I wanted to do, well, start the burn with this. And it wasn't a failure of a mission, but it just meant I couldn't quite do the burn that I wanted to do. But I still think it went all rather well and didn't do anything particularly bad. Right, anyway, so everything seems to be freezing up a little bit. Let's execute the next node. Yes. And we will get some lovely juddery shots of the Earth as we zoom by. I think it must be the fact that I'm streaming that this is taking a little bit long. Well, it's a little bit more laggy than it usually is. Right, so hopefully both of those J2 engines fire up. Otherwise I might be in a spot of bother. Yes, they have both fired up. That's really nice. So that's the start of this cinematic shot, I guess. Manned Mars mission. Demeter 5. Oh, so it's in one of my episodes, and I was actually going to kind of talk about it a little bit more at another point. So the way I work out transfer windows Oh god, my periapse is going down rather quickly. So yeah, no, anyway, the way I work out transfer windows, if I go into map screen and focus on Earth, right, and if I get rid of everything except planes, and I've left it as a plane because I know I'm not going to be having any planes in orbit. So I've got this little thing here called my transfer window planner, and it was one of the first things I launched that I actually managed to get to a stable orbit, and it's nothing. It's run out of battery. It's dead. It doesn't do anything. But what it does do is, what I can do is I can go in and I can select that, and then I can get this advanced transfer to another planet mode up once I target a planet. So what I do, yeah, I get that transfer window up and then say I want to figure out when the best time to transfer to Mars is. I'll select Mars. Oh, that was Venus, but you know, I'll select Mars, and then it will give you the pork chop selection up on here. And then you can see kind of like I said, with dark blue being the better, the darker the blue, the better, well, the less delta V that you need to make a transfer. So what you can do is, yeah, you can select that and it will give you the best, like, so you can, I think, yeah, lowest delta V, you can click that and then you can click create node and it will create a node for the burn that you need to do. And it will give you like the time, obviously, the node in so-and-so. So because of the way this works, it can be in, say, like 200 days, or it can be years. It can be years into the future that you create that node for. Then what I do, once I've got that node, is if you look, you can go into Kerbal alarm clock and you can add a new alarm. And what you can do is you can add that node as the alarm. And then once I've added that as well, I like writing down on there how much delta V it's roughly going to cost. And if I open this up, you can see, so where have I got? Saturn 9.1K, 6K capture. So that means like it's going to take 9,100 meters per second of delta V to get to Saturn. And then it'll cost 6K delta V to actually capture. So yeah, and then, yeah, you just stick them on Kerbal alarm clock and you're done. And that's how I work out all my transfers. And you can see, yeah, I've got quite a few coming up to like Jupiter, Venus, Neptune, Neptune, which we're burning at the moment. And what I like to do is I like to launch one day before the transfer window. Oh, obviously, transfer windows, you've got quite a bit of leeway when you do it anyway. But if I want to get as close to that node that I've already created, I like to launch one day. So when I launch into the plane of the moon, which it's a lot easier to transfer to other planets when you are in the plane of the moon. So yeah, obviously that comes around once a day. So that's why I launch just before one day before that node comes up, so I can hopefully launch the day that that node is going to be, and then I can get to that node and then perform it. Obviously, I am a little bit early now, 17 hours early, but that doesn't particularly matter. That's not going to change anything really at all. So yeah, that's how I do my transfer window planning anyway, and it's something that I have seen being mentioned. I think I don't know if I kind of figured that out on my own or if I saw someone mention that. I don't know, but obviously you get mods to do it as well. I know Kerbal Alarm Clock does have a built-in feature which tells you the transfer windows. I've always found they've been wrong. I don't know if it's just because of real solar system and all of that, but no, I've always found that they've not been correct. So this is the way that I like to do it, and it works for me. So see, we got ourselves quite a decent transfer with Neptune. I mean, we are going to be going way past it, but hopefully we should be all right. I don't... The sun looks a bit like a black hole there. Well, all life on Earth has now just died, I guess. So, how much longer are we looking? 4 minutes or so, but it's going to be a bit funny because we are going to have to use our last little stage, which is a bit of an issue because I don't think this has an antenna on it. Okay, that might be a problem. Do I have lights on this thing? I do have lights on this thing. Look, we can look at it in all of its beauty and wonder. So one of the new kind of probe models that I've been going with the probe core on the top and the girder and then all of these, basically the same as the SM64 probe that is currently on its way to Mars. Yeah, SM64, which is going to be our attempts at landing on both Phobos and Deimos, something that I'm really excited to do because obviously that's just other places to go into the solar system. Now I have executed this. I think if I cheese MechJeb a little bit, if I detach this, might be alright. Okay. Oh god. Oh, so the RCS on that stage is actually more powerful than my little RCS thruster on here. How do I still have control? Oh, I'm within Goldstone range. Oh, brilliant. So that's why I've still got control. There we go. I want to get rid of that. Now let's kill the rotation and go in and have a look and see what our transfer is actually looking like. Are we actually going to be encountering Neptune? No, we are not. So, well, we're still quite a bit away. We're still quite a bit away. So let's get Maneuver Node Editor up. And we're going to figure out what we can do to fix this so we actually get an encounter with Neptune. Where is it? Where am I looking? Maneuver Node Editor, Maneuver Planner. And we will create a node just in front of us. Maybe a little bit further. There we go. Now we're going to focus on Neptune. And once again, this is all kind of stuff that I just like, you know, cut out in the videos because it's just, I don't know, I just want to get like all of the exciting bits in the actual videos. So, right, how far away are we? Ooh, let's see what we can do to change that. Is that getting any closer or is that getting further away? If I focus view, 263, 259. Okay, so that is actually getting us closer. Right. So now we do have a, well, maybe if we did, no, because that's going to take a lot more delta V. Yeah, but this is going to take us a lot longer to get there. It's still going to take 82 meters per second of delta V to actually fix this. Right, and even then, that's a pretty terrible periapse that we've got with Neptune. I don't know, what's the word for a periapse with Neptune? Peri-neve? I don't know, I'd have to look that up. Okay, let's get a little bit closer. Can we get closer than that? I wonder if we're going to fly by Neptune really quickly. Yeah, we can get a little bit closer than that. But still not particularly close. Let's do a little bit of wiggling around with all of these. I'm sure this isn't really going to matter an awful lot, but you know, that's way too much, way too much. Okay, so I think I'm just going to stick there for now. We're still quite far away, but we're at least going to get a flyby. How much is that going to be to capture? I'm just checking delta V. So we're using, so that's 2,000. Yeah, we can capture at Neptune as well. Cool. So we are going to be able to capture in 8,991 days. I'm not sure how many years that is, but that is going to be a lot of years. But yeah, let's just perform this maneuver. I am going for Neptune direct, which is going to take a really, really long time. But I think I've got a, Jupiter transfer window coming up in 232 days. And I am going to try and do Earth, Jupiter to Neptune there and get to Neptune a little bit sooner. Probably with more advanced technology as well. Because by the time that comes around, I'm sure I've researched some more nodes, more science and stuff. So... right, what are we doing? Why, there we go, that's warping us ahead, and we'll get, oh look, Earth is all watercolor. A lovely picture of the Earth as we fly by. Very picturesque, very beautiful, very nice. A pale blue dot in the sky. Is it Carl Sagan? Pale blue dot? Did that speech? I think it was. But yeah, very pretty. I have no idea how I'm going to edit all of this footage into the actual finalized version of the 1965 Part 1. This is obviously, when I sit down and do these normally, I don't really think about that. I think more about that. Now I'm just obviously doing it on a stream. It's a bit different. Hopefully the actual condensed 1965 Part 1 will be up on YouTube, hopefully in a couple of days. I reckon it'll take me a couple of days to do it. Although I am very busy this week. I've got a lot that I need to do. I need to sort out some stuff and make some videos that aren't related to this channel. But hopefully that shouldn't take me too long. I still want to try and stick to my schedule of an episode every 2 days or every other day. But I don't know how long I'm going to be able to commit to that, because obviously, well, at the end, well, start of October, I will be returning to university. So I'm going to have to spend a lot of my time actually working on my degree rather than doing Kerbal videos. And not just Kerbal videos. Obviously, it went well. The whole KSP series has definitely been by far my most successful series. But I never set out to have this channel as just a Kerbal. Oh, what is going on? What is going on? No. Why are you doing that? Oh, why did it do that? Why? What was it doing? Is it because I executed all maneuvers, didn't I? Well, hopefully we still have an encounter. We still have an encounter with Neptune. Sweet. But it's not a very good one. So actually, I'm going to get MechJeb to plan me out a closer encounter with Neptune. So where are we? Fine-tune closest approach to target. Approximate final periapsis. I don't think we want it at 200 kilometers. I think that Neptune's atmosphere might be a little bit higher than that, but let's have a look. Atmospheric characteristics, 1.2.5 million kilometers. So if we set this to 1,500, not 15,000, 1,500, create node. And now it looks like we're going right into the middle of Neptune. And it's only going to take us 3.6 meters per second of delta V. And that is going to take place in 1,573 days. So we've got a long way off before we have to worry about that. New Dawn 3 deep space maneuver. Add alarm. And I mean, it's going to take less than when we go to Uranus. Where is that deep space maneuver? There. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna take us a little while, but yeah, I guess that is us done with New Dawn 3 for now. Just do a nice little shot of it as it flies away from Earth. This is probably one of the scenes that will get put into the actual condensed video, and actually I'm going to take a screenshot because it looks very nice, and Historian for some reason is always messing up at the moment, so I need to go out of that. And where it looks like I think maybe just there, maybe if I get the sun down like that, yeah, I think that looks nice, and maybe that will go towards creating a thumbnail at some point. My thumbnails have changed. I've actually put a lot more effort into those thumbnails now. I started off just kind of taking a picture from what happened during the episode, and then recently, maybe like the past few episodes that I've done, I've gone in and kind of just photoshopped everything together to make it look a bit more fascinating, a bit more interesting, a bit cooler, grabs the eye. You need eye-catching thumbnails and all of that to make people click on the videos. So Oh yeah, I started talking about other videos, yeah. But no, obviously KSP is what's made my channel get big, but no, there are other games that I have obviously I'm interested in, and I am thinking of doing another RimWorld series. Well, the first series I ever did on this channel was RimWorld, and when I started that series I had a much worse microphone and I was a lot more awkward and shy. It took me a while to kind of get used to having a microphone in front of me and getting rid of all of my umming and ahhing and kind of kicking the habit of doing that. And which is funny actually, because well, in person, I like getting up and making a fool of myself. I am a singer for a band, and I like getting up and doing ridiculous things. So it was just weird. I guess I wasn't used to doing it, but yeah, no. So I want to start another RimWorld series now that I'm a bit more confident doing this, and now that I've got slightly better equipment and know what I'm doing around making videos a little bit more. But don't worry, this series is going to carry on. I've got big plans for this series as well. It won't go away anytime soon. Kerbal is probably my all-time favorite game. I reckon I've sunk so many hours into this game now, especially after picking up Realism Overhaul. Realism Overhaul is just, it's such a time sink. It's so amazing, but yeah, I think I started playing RO probably around this time last year, maybe a little bit earlier, maybe June last year. No, I definitely did, because I remember I was trying to get people on the moon before the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11. Didn't make it. All of my missions kept failing, but yeah, so no, it was around June, July that I started playing Realism Overhaul, and I've sunk so many hours into it since then. Right, okay, so what have we got next? What are we going to be doing next? It is going to be the Olbers Orbiter. We have a deep space maneuver on that. So because I am playing with Kerbalism, I'm going to try and get that down as quickly as possible, because Kerbalism has a really annoying feature where it prevents you going fast in warp, because like some of the systems of it don't work properly at fast warp speeds. So when I've actually got the craft loaded, it takes a really long time to do that. So I want to get it down to maybe about like 2 hours. It's only a deep space maneuver, so it doesn't really matter when I do it, I guess, because you could probably do it 2 hours before or after that it actually comes up. But there we go. Now we've got an hour left. I'm going to jump to Olb Orbiter. So let's get along to that thing. And then what we're going to be doing after that, it looks like we might be going to the moon again, because Serenity 2 will hopefully, it'll be finished in 13 days. And then I think our astronauts shouldn't take too long to train. I'm going to have to train some more astronauts to do that LEO shuttle, which still doesn't have a name. I'm not sure if I'm going to go with Shat. But yeah, it's it does need a name. It definitely needs a name. But been very hot here again today. Very hot. I'm very glad summer's kind of on its way out. Or get some kind of like air conditioning unit. I love air conditioning. It's so nice. I've been to America quite a lot myself, and I love the fact that there's air conditioning everywhere. And it's just so cool. I mean, I've been to 2 places in America. I've been to Vegas and I've been to Florida, because my family were all massive Disney nuts. So we had to go to Florida to go to Disney World a lot. And it's amazing. And I went to visit Cape Canaveral when I was in Florida, when I've been in Florida before. And I have done there's a 4G simulator there. And I think I did it when I was maybe about 12 years old. And oh my god, I was so unwell after doing that. 4Gs, and I'm launching these astronauts and saying 4.5G will be fine. That's absolutely fine. We can launch them and they won't care. But yeah, no, I felt very, very, very unwell after doing that. So this is the Olbers Orbiter. Now, hopefully, this should get us an encounter with Vesta, I believe. I'm hoping so. Anyway, where are we? Vesta. Vesta is there. Let's focus our view. And you know what? I'm just gonna perform this burn now. And let's see if that gets us anything. Yes, it does. Perfect. Nope. Stop going for the node. Now that we've got that, let's try and get this closer. So that's not doing us anything. So just going to be using the RCS keys to see if I can get this as close as I possibly can. It's looking promising. 12. 9. Yeah, whilst I'm doing this, the other place that I visited in the States was I went to Las Vegas for my 21st birthday, which was really cool. Really cool. Entered a poker tournament and won somehow. It was only a very small one, but still, that was absolutely insane. And when I turned up, obviously I was freshly 21, and I do look quite young for my age. I got so many people giving me odd looks, thinking, should this guy really be in this casino? And I'm like, yeah, I'm 21, I promise, and whip out my passport and ID. Here you go. That's a great thing about Vegas as well. Just the casinos. I got so drunk. They go around with cocktails all the time and just tipping $1 to get a cocktail. I got very, very, very drunk. I was there for about 4 or 5 days, I think. It was really fun, really good experience, and I would quite like to go back at some point. I would like to quite go with my wife. I think she'd enjoy it. I might have to teach her how to play poker first, though. Don't think she knows. She might know. I don't know. I should know this. We've never played poker together, so I assume she doesn't know. We like playing card games, though. It's just different ones. Non-gambly ones, I guess. But anyway, that looks like we're going to have a lovely, lovely orbit around Vesta. This is Vesta I'm going for, isn't it? Yes. It's not Ceres. It's not as round as Ceres, because Vesta obviously can't. It's not got a mass big enough to form a kind of perfectly spherical object. Okay, but we are going to want to make that a little bit different. We're going to, whoa, that's 5,200 meters per second of delta V. We're going to have loads, because if you've seen the episode where I designed this, we do have a ScanSat on here. Is this? It's not got lights. But we do have a ScanSat, so we want to get ourselves into a polar inclination so we can scan Vesta, which will look really cool. There we go. Olbers Orbiter, named after, I think it's Matthias Olbers. I think that was his name, the astronomer who discovered Vesta. So I had the Piazzi Orbiter, which went to Ceres, named after Giuseppe Piazzi, who obviously discovered Ceres. And then we've got this one, which is going to orbit Vesta after the person that discovered Vesta. So yeah, there we go. And once again, this is just a shot just so I can kind of, put it into the final edited 1965 part 1. And I think that should probably be enough of that now. So yeah, let's go back to the Space Center. Right. Space Center? Yeah, there's nothing else I need to do. 1 second. Oh, no. No, actually, there is. So I need to add an alarm to make sure that I know when I'm going to be approaching Vesta capture. I can't type. Vesta capture. How long's that going to be? 374 days. So we still got a little while to worry about that. Okay, so now I can go back to the Space Center. Oh, that would have been a shame, because there is a good chance if I hadn't have done that then, I will have forgotten about it. And I would obviously be time warping through all of these different events, and then it would have got to the point where, yeah, I just time warped past the capture, and then I probably wouldn't have been able to get back to Vesta in a reasonable way where I'd still have fuel left, and it would have taken a long time. So, yes. Cheers, Cosmo. Cheers for stopping by. Oh, it's been a while since I was at Vegas. When was that? I think 2013. I can't remember when I was 21. It's a while ago. I think it was 2000. No, it might have been 2014. I can't remember. But yeah, it was quite a while ago that I went. Stayed in the Bellagio. That was really cool, really nice. And yeah, so what are we doing next? Serenity 2, I think, is going to be the next launch on our schedule. Let's have a look. How are our astronauts looking at training up for that? They're going to be finished in February, on the 2nd of February. No, they're not. Oh, that's when they are come off, when they've stopped being inactive. Right, they're going to 26th of February. Okay, so yeah, it does look like Serenity 2 is going to be our next mission that we're going to launch. Now, I do actually want to get our astronauts training up for the LEO shuttle, because obviously we are going to need to send some astronauts up to that. And I think what we will do is we'll get Richard Owens. We need a scientist up there. It's a science lab, so we'll get Richard Owens, we'll get Bonnie Ellis. She is fresh-faced and needs a bit of training. And I think we're going to go for Karen Richards. No, I don't want to send Valentina Zimmerman up because she's got a lot of experience and won't retire for a really long time. So Ellen Baker looks like she's going to retire sooner than Karen Richards. So we will train these three, and they are going to be our astronauts that go up to Cause Light. And they will stay there for hopefully around 75 days, and we'll unlock all kinds of new not maneuvers. What am I thinking? Milestones. I knew it began with an M. Right. So Serenity 2. Let's warp to complete. Oh, yeah, no, we can get rid of that. Close alarm. We can just delete that. Oh, actually, we've got an IO encounter in 9 days. So that's going to be the next thing. So Serenity 2 will be finished just after we have our IO encounter. So that will be cool. I like IO. It's a very cool moon. I was reading up a bit about Jupiter's radiation belts today, and apparently Io is the reason why they are so massive, because of the volcanic activity on Io. Obviously, it's very volcanic. There's a lot of active volcanoes on there, spewing all kinds of rubbish into Jupiter's orbit, and that's one of the reasons why Jupiter's radiation belt is so large, and its magnetosphere is so large and so deadly. So yeah, that was cool. Right. Yeah, my game does seem to be running a lot slower than usual, and I'm definitely putting that down to the fact that I'm streaming this. So maybe if I do another stream, I might have to lower my texture resolution packs or something. But at the same time, I really don't want to do that because I really like the look of it at these textures. Right, I think once I get to about 3 hours, we're going to jump to Hermes 8, where we're going to hopefully get a really nice view of Io as we go screaming by. When's the manned Mars landing? Oh, I don't know. I want to set up a lunar base first. So I want to set up a space station. So we're going for the first space station now. And it's going to be very simple. It's not going to be anything particularly massive or cool. It's going to get us the contract done. And that's that. So, first space station. Then I want to build a space station around the moon. And I want to place a lunar base. That's one thing that I want to do. I don't know how long that's going to take. That shouldn't take me too long. But another thing before I go for a Mars landing is obviously I've not really ever done even a Mars sample return. And I know there's Delta V maps, and I know I could probably work it out from Delta V maps, but I want to run a unmanned mission to Mars first that is, it's like a Mars sample return. So I've kind of got an idea in my head how much Delta V I need to take off from Mars and rendezvous with something in orbit and all of that. So next Mars transfer window, which is going to be in 622 days, I'm probably going to try and design a sample return mission. Then maybe I say maybe like 4 to 6 years after that, I will land on Mars. So early 70s, I guess. Don't hold me to that, but that's a very rough estimate of what I'll go for now. Anyway. No, I've not actually launched Serenity yet. It's going to happen soon. It's going to happen soon. It will be in probably, well, 26th of February, I guess. So anyway, where is Io? There's Io. We're not going to smash into Io, are we? I'm fairly sure when I did this orbit that we were quite clear. Oh, that's pretty close. 84,000 meters up. But no, you're not going to die. Well, hopefully you won't die. We'll see that when we get to it. I think that should be the next actual launch that's going to happen whilst I do this. And actually, I might, once that comes up, just because of how laggy KSP is being, and I have had it loaded for a few hours now, what I might do is I might shut down the game and restart it just before getting onto that mission, because that mission has a lot of components. And yeah, I want that to be as smooth as possible. So here we go. Oh, that's such a cool silhouette in front of Io. That is definitely going to be a picture. I'm assuming Jupiter is blocking the sun. Oh, that is so cool. Oh man. That's going in a thumbnail, definitely. But what was I saying? I can't even remember what I was saying before. Oh yeah, no, I think I'm going to go for a very quick break. I'll leave the stream up. I'll just play a little bit of music in the background whilst I reload KSP, and I'm going to go grab myself a drink and do all of that before actually starting Serenity 2, because that's going to take a while. Oh, there we go. Close alarm. I don't need that. I know we are flying past Io. I can see that. Because, yeah, no, it's going to take a while. I do want to restart KSP just to do that, just to really avoid any memory leak issues, because I have found that when I keep KSP loaded for more than a couple of hours, which I think I'm already on 2 hours, 10 minutes in this stream, it gets all kind of weird issues. So I'm going to do, yeah. So once I've done this Io flyby, I will get to the launch of Serenity, and then, yeah, there'll be a quick break. I'll leave the stream up if people are going to be here, and then, yeah, I'll get on with that Serenity 2 launch. And look at Io. That's a very lovely looking canyon as we go by. This volcanic moon just very close to Jupiter. Lots of radiation being blasted here. And it's a bit scary because I really can't see what's going on. But it looks like we've passed over. Hopefully all of our scientific experiments were turned on, so that we can actually transmit back to Earth once we get past Jupiter's dark side. Because I think Earth is, yeah, there we go. Look, we can see Earth is currently being occluded by Jupiter. So let's fast forward this a little bit, and then we'll see. There we go. Telemetry analysis, Io space low. So sweet. Yep, we got some science from that. That's pretty cool. Right, but there was something else that I wanted to do. This thing has like nothing on it. Oh yeah, no, what I want to figure out is I want to see, actually, now that we're in the map view, can we get a flyby of anywhere else? So our inclination still looks good. We've got 425 meters per second to spend. We've got a mission going to Ganymede already, which is going to orbit. Hopefully, that's New Dawn 1, which should be arriving in 508 days. So, let's have a look and see. Oh, hang on. Wait, what? Oh, we're going to, without doing anything, it looks like we're going to fly by Callisto. Except when I get rid of that, it looks like we're not going to fly by Callisto. In 53... I've not changed anything. Why is that doing that? I mean, it'd be nice to get a flyby of Callisto because it's somewhere that we're not particularly anticipating going, but that'll be another Galilean moon that we can fly by. Did I? Yep, there we go. I fly by. Sweet. That's another contract knocked off of the list. So, right. No. I'm just trying to think what I'm doing. Maneuver node editor. Right, we want this up because we want to see if we can actually make this flyby properly. So, well, it looks like we're definitely getting a flyby of Callisto, which will be very nice. How's this change our orbit after we've flown past it, though? It's going to make it go way out over there. So if we get it on this side of the planet, hopefully that will make us come way in. Yep, that's looking a lot better. And can we change our normal a little bit so it's more equatorial? Yep, and then we're going to lower our Jupiter apoapse quite nicely as well. So that's going to be in 28 days, that node, which actually, I think what I'm going to do is, yeah, we're gonna do that node first. I think that's, yeah, because I think the Serenity 2 will take place roughly about the same time, and obviously this is more important to do on the node. So that's only going to take 22 meters per second of delta V. That's absolutely brilliant. So we're going to get a flyby of Callisto as well. So if I add that to our Kerbal alarm clock, so Hermes 8 just cow maneuver. So we know that we are going to be doing our maneuver there to get to Callisto. And then, well, yeah, we'll go back to the Space Center. But first, a parting shot of Jupiter and the Sun and Hermes 8 as we fly towards our maneuver node that we are going to be doing when we get back in 28 days, I guess. So once again, another little screenshot, and sweet, back to the Space Center. Yeah, maneuver nodes, like, when you've got a maneuver node up, it can do all kinds of weird stuff. I get it all the time, especially when there's a lot of days involved. So, because I'm flying, my apoapse at Jupiter is quite high. It's going to take us a long time to get there and then back down to Callisto. And yeah, it does do all kinds of weird things. But it looks like now that I've made that maneuver node and actually kind of set it properly, we should hopefully get an actual decent encounter with Callisto. I'm thinking. I'm hoping anyway. I could be completely wrong and we've just really just spent a lot of time doing nothing. But hopefully that's not going to happen. No, we are going to get... Okay. Right, so I'm getting some weird artifacts now. Is Earth all messed up? But yeah, no, look. Our Serenity 2 will be complete. Okay. Oh yeah, but no, we need to roll it out and actually train up our astronauts. So let's warp that to complete. I think I'm gonna leave out the Saturn transfer window because I think we've already got quite a lot going on this year. It looks like, well, this first half of the year we've got Serenity 2, which will be a big mission, and we need the 1500 launch ton pad for that. So yeah, that's going to take us 25 days. And then we've also got all of these encounters with Io and Callisto, and I've only got 107 days left to build something up for that. And we're also going to be launching Cause Light as well, and I think I'd rather get the Saturn. We've already got something on our way to Saturn, so we don't need to do anything quite yet, although obviously, at some point soon, I would quite like to do something that lands on Titan, because it shouldn't be too difficult to land on Titan, I don't think. It's got an atmosphere, just whack a heat shield on it and slow it down that way. Oh. Infrared radiometry finished. Ah, cool. Not that that matters at the moment. So, Serenity 2 has been rolled out, but we are not going to launch that yet because, like I said, I want to deal with the... Oh, God. No. Almost time warped way too fast then. Yeah, I want to do this. I want to do Hermes 8 maneuver first, and then we can focus on launching Serenity 2, which will hopefully be our second mission to land man on the moon. Be very cool. Although we do have a target of the Sea of Serenity, I believe, so we got to really pick our landing site. I'm really hoping that I get a nice orbit around the moon for that, because when I did Serenity 1, basically it was, well, the margins, the delta V margins were so incredibly small that it just, yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to do any major inclination changes when I get to the moon. So I'm having to hope that when I actually launch towards the moon, that my inclination around the moon is going to be a nice one that matches up with the Sea of Serenity. Otherwise, I don't think I will be landing. Or I will land, but I will land somewhere where the contract doesn't want me to, and then I'll have to send another mission to the moon to try and land on the Sea of Serenity again, which will be really annoying. But it's better than getting our people stranded in the moon, and I think if I did try and do an inclination change when I actually got to the moon, there is a good chance that that could happen. But joining back with Hermes 8 now for our Callisto maneuver. It's like we've only just seen this thing because we have only just seen this thing because, well, yeah. I guess it's all go for Callisto. Oh, that was a horrible rhyme. I didn't even mean to do that, but you know. Right. Get you off. Actually, no, I want you on. I really want you on. That's exactly what I want on at the moment. Let's turn our RCS on. Let's just have a look and see if we're still predicted an encounter with Callisto. Looks like we are. In fact, it already looks like we've got that encounter without doing anything, but it's going to leave our apoaps up there. We want to get our apoaps down a bit further. So, well, we've got 4 hours and 40 minutes. So let's time warp ahead so that we can actually do this burn. Okay. That's a very, very slow time warp. Let's go a bit faster. See, I don't think I can go any faster than this because Kerbalism will stop me. I think, yeah, I don't, yeah, there we go. A producer of electric charge has incoherent behavior at high warp speed. Please unload the vessel before warping, which is really annoying. Hopefully Serenity on its way to the moon won't suffer that problem, and I don't think it should. I think it's RTGs that are causing that problem, and Serenity doesn't have any RTGs on there. Why are we slowing down? Oh, it's because we're about to research technology. That doesn't matter. There we go, but we do want to slow down for this maneuver. And yep, I know we are coming up to a maneuver, right? So actually, let's just get MechJeb to do it. I could do this if I wanted to, but MechJeb is there, and MechJeb's amazing. So I love MechJeb. I'm not sure how long it's going to be for RP1 to make it onto 1.9. I have a feeling it's going to take a really long time for that to happen. But I don't know. Obviously, I'm not part of the development process or anything. But I think, yeah, 1.8 seems a really stable version of it at the moment, and I don't think there's a particularly large amount that 1.9 and 1.10 add to Kerbal Space Program, the base game. I might be wrong. To be honest, I don't really pay attention to what happens in the base game anymore after the, well, I never played the base game, so it's, yeah, I don't know if there's anything major being done in 1.9 or 1.10. I think they updated Kerbin's graphics, didn't they, in 1.9, but then in Real Solar System we've had all of that done already. So right, anyway, that looks like we're going on a really weird course with Callisto. Right, yeah, we are going straight through the middle of Callisto, so let's not do that, and obviously that's not good. Right, I want it to, is that where I want to be? Fiddling around with RCS buttons like J, H, and all of that to try and figure out where I actually want this. No, that's M. That's not a button I want to be pressing. Is that gonna? It's gonna raise. That's gonna lower our Apple apps. Are we still gonna be roughly in the same inclination? No, we're not. That's gonna change us dramatically. Oh, that's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. Maybe if we go like that, that should hopefully keep our inclination roughly the same. Yes, it has. That's exactly what we wanted to see. And we're going to slam past Callisto at 110,000 meters, and we're going to stay in the same inclination, and hopefully that means we can get a really nice encounter with Europa at some point soon. Well, I mean, we're very close when we come past Callisto anyway. So how long's this going to be? 25 days. Right, so yeah, it's all been Hermes 8 this kind of episode, I guess. So Callisto Cal Enk, I guess. That's what it is. Yeah, it's a Callisto encounter, so that's what we will call the maneuver node. Right, and oh no, yeah, that is what I wanted to do. When I think when I do the condensed version of this episode, obviously I don't think I'll include this section because it's just, we've gone from Hermes 8 to Hermes 8 again, but I'll see how all the footage comes together eventually. Right, so now that that's done, we can get back to the Space Center. I did add it, didn't I? Yes, I did. Right, Space Center. Now, moon landing number 2 is going to be what we're going to be focusing on next. Sorry, just reading through all of the comments at the moment. So, dynamic battery storage. I don't think I do. Unless that's in reply to the other comment. Looking to get into RP1, do I have any advice for me to start? It's very grindy at the beginning. You can go and watch the start of my series if you want for kind of a little bit of advice on sounding rockets and all of that. I started from the start, so I've got episodes on doing that. I've got episodes on doing it relatively quickly as well. I made first orbit by 1954, I think, but then I did have a broken research and development center, which sped up my research really quickly. Other advice: it takes a long time to get used to getting out of the sounding rocket stage. And the first time I did it, I don't think I made first orbit until about 1963 or 1964 or something way past what first orbit was, obviously Sputnik in 57. I think the 3,000 kilometer downrange one is a lot easier than you might think if you design a rocket that can do it well. It doesn't take as much as you think. And then as soon as you've unlocked that, obviously you can go for first orbit. I can't remember what I used. Is it an RD101 lower stage. Made sure that that burnt for its full amount of time, and then Aerobee XASR ZASA configuration for the top, which burnt for its full amount of time. You pitch that down to about 2-3 degrees. That should get you that 3,000 kilometer downrange contract. I talk more about that in my first video where I've actually done all of that. And obviously it's been a while since I've actually had to do that, so I can't really remember off the top of my head. But anyway, right, so now that that's all done, now, oh yeah, Serenity 2. Serenity 2 is ready to be launched. So on that note, I am going to have a little bit of a quick break now whilst I turn off KSP and reload it, because I want this to look as good as it can. Obviously, I am doing a moon landing and I would like that to run as smoothly as possible. So what I'm going to do is I am going to switch off KSP, and then I will be back very shortly once it's done. And I mean very shortly, it might take about 20 minutes or so, but yeah, hang around and I will be back in a little bit. And of course, I turned off, I messed up. I was supposed to have like music for this section if I did it, but I turned off my music playing software to try and sort it out. I am getting a little bit tired as well. It is half midnight where I am at the moment, but I am determined to get this launch done, and then I think I'll call that the stream. I don't think I will get right to the end of 1965 part 1, but yes. Anyway, like I said, I am going to head off for a minute, so here's just a little bit of music from from the series. I think most of this will be from. Hello. 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 Where has the game screen gone? Oh no. What's happened? Oh, that's not good. Oh, and because I'm now trying to currently reload KSP, it's taking a while to sort this out. Right, come on. That should be working. Where's it gone? Maybe it's because KSP hasn't fully loaded yet. I'm hoping. Well, the game has definitely loaded now, and for some reason, OBS is having a bit of a difficult time trying to find it. There we go. There we go. It's up. It's back. I think. Should be. Yep, there we go. Looks like we're back. Sweet, sweet. Anyway, on to Serenity 2. That is going to be our second... The NASA Space Agency's second mission to land people on the moon. And I can't actually remember who I trained up. I did rename them. We have Phil and we have So Not the Hero Type, who are going to be on their way. And I think it was Karen Richards. I can't remember. Where am I looking? Kerbal Gets Real. Let's load you up. So obviously it has to be Phil and So Not the Hero Type who are going to be the two brave astronauts that are going to descend on the surface of the moon. Once KSP fully loads back up again. Hopefully that should be soon. Oh, it does take a long time to load this game. But then actually other games that I play, I mod the hell out of pretty much every game that I play, so... Oh. I forgot to, yeah. I was like, where is that music coming from? And then I realized that actually I've still got my music running through Record Box, and the way I just turned it down didn't stop it from auto-mixing itself. Okay, so now that's turned down, or no, now that that has been turned off, hopefully this will load a bit quicker because it's being painfully slow. I'm sure it didn't take this long when I loaded it up before. But, oh, it looks like we're through. Sweet. So, oh, what are you doing? KSP, don't do this to me. There we go. Vehicle assembly building. We do not want to roll that back. Why do I not have the option to launch? That's... I just want to launch you. Okay, I've never had this issue before. Does anyone know what's happening here? It's usually to roll back, you... Let's try a scene change. Let's open up the tracking station and see if that fixes it. Yeah, that's something I've never seen before. Usually where that rollback bit of text was, it usually says launch, and the way that you roll back is going into the options and selecting rollback in the options. But now for some reason I can only roll it back. Let's get rid of that, and now we've done a scene change. Maybe that will fix it. I don't know. I'm hoping that fixes it. Oh, come on. And of course, in order to try and fix this, I've had to do more loading screens. Ooh, look at the pretty red runway. Right, work. There we go. Oh, thankfully that has worked. Brilliant. And of course, we're going to be subject. Oh, wait. That is not who should be on there. I think we had Jane Jones. Right. Oh. Maybe if we fill it? No. These are not the people I want to be involved on this mission. Wait, oh, hang on. Maybe if I hit randomize filling, we might get lucky. Nope. Nope. Phil, there we go. We've got Phil. Now we just need So Not the Hero type. Come on. Come on. There we go. Sweet. We've got everyone that should be going on this mission on board. Okay, so now we can launch and go for Serenity number 2. Our second attempt at landing people on the moon. And hopefully, well, first one went all right. Nothing went wrong, I guess. So hopefully this goes exactly the same as the first time that I went to the moon and landed on it. That would be nice. And actually, so far, nothing has gone wrong at all. Although, to be fair, I've only launched, one rocket so far, which was New Dawn 3, which is on its way to Neptune. So, yeah, so this being the second launch of 1965, things could go wrong. But hopefully they won't. Hopefully we will be completely successful once again. And we won't have to go rescue Phil, So Not the Hero type. And Jane Jones, I believe, was the last person on this launch. I just looked at it. I'm very forgetful. Yeah, I think I've got KSP on my M2 SSD, and it still takes a really long time to load. But then I have, I've got like FASA and Alcor and a lot of part packs that aren't really necessary. I think I need to trim through my install and get rid of some things that I aren't using just to make the load times a little bit more bearable. But I don't know what to get rid of. Oh, hello. Here comes in Chatterer, so that means hopefully we should have loaded, or at least we are going to be very close to loading. Now, it's been a while since I flew this mission before, so I don't think there's anything that I had to particularly remember about it. I know when I flew, I know the Mars rover, there's a few little hijinks that I have to deal with for that. But I think this is relatively simple to fly. So let's make sure that we have set the moon as our target. I think my staging all looks okay. Set as target. No, that's not what I wanted. Launch into planar target. So 23 hours and 30 minutes. So once again, we are going to be launching at night by the looks of things. Yep, we are definitely going to be launching at night. That's a bit of a shame. But, oh well. Do we want that? I don't think we do. I'm going to go for 150. 150 seems a little bit nicer. 140 obviously being the height of space in real solar system. Now, do I want to limit my acceleration to 35 meters per second? I don't know if this rocket is capable of doing that, so I'm not going to. I'm not going to tick that because it would be a real shame if this were to fail because I've ticked that box. Anyway. I think that's us all done in there for now, so let's get rid of that and let's go back to this screen. I think if I press 1, it should get rid of, it should launch that. Yep, I did assign those to an action group. And then we're just going to engage autopilot. And hopefully this all works. This has such a high chance of failure. Oh, excuse me. I seem to be coming down with a cold or something. I don't know. But this has a really... It's got so many different working parts. It's got 4 F1 boosters as, yeah, like a booster stage. And then its core stage, I think it's 7 LR87 LH2s. So, yeah, there's a lot that could go wrong. Down to 104 mods. Yeah, I think I'm on 124 at the moment. So I do need to do a bit of pruning. But here we go. Let's hope that all of these engines fire up properly. This is the most terrifying moment because there is a lot of engines on here. What? 11? Yeah, there's 11 on this first stage. And it's going to get very loud very quickly. In 1 second. No ignition failure. That's really good. That's really promising. Those F1 engines are firing up and it looks like we can go. And we have liftoff of Serenity 2. It's going quite nicely up. I think, what is its thrust to weight ratio? That's 1.29, so it's relatively decent. Cool, that launch tower is looking a little bit funny. I seem to have a weird issue with procedural launch towers where they kind of wobble a bit and they have caused rockets to be smashed into. It's really annoying. I'm not sure why that happens, but, well, we're going to get this launch going a little bit, and once again, once I've got this up to a sufficient height, we will turn on the physical time warp to skip through this launch as fast as we can. I should turn launchpad fails off. I really should. I think I even mentioned that a lot of episodes ago, and I just don't think I've gotten around to doing it. Maybe I have, because I've not really been experienced launchpad fails for quite a while. I might have done that and forgotten about it. I'll have to check that at some point soon and make sure that they are off. But I think that's probably enough of watching this rocket fly up towards its orbit. I think we can probably get our F2, well, our heads-up display back up, and then we can time warp this so that it's a little bit quicker, because the ascent up to space is a long one. So what we pulling? We're pulling a thrust-to-weight ratio of 2 already. I think this isn't gonna pull that many Gs, I guess. And we're going to have booster separation very, very shortly in, well, 45 seconds, I guess. And I love four booster separations, like the way they kind of just, you know, fly off behind. It looks really cool. It looks like this has been a successful launch. Hopefully, now that we've got this stage all done, the core, like, well, we ignite the boosters. There we go, booster set. We ignite the boosters and the core stage all at the same time, so as soon as it starts going, there's very little chance for ignition failure. And there we go, we can see those 7 LR2, 7 LR2, 7 L87, LR87, LH2. Yeah, that's what they're called, isn't it? LR87, LH2, yeah, I almost forgot that. But yeah, no, we can see that configuration of those engines just in there. Very futuristic with the blue plume of hydrologs. Looks very cool. So not the hero type, you are looking very, very confident. You are the pilot? Oh wait, you're all pilots. Oh, I think that's because Ship Manifest changes it once you rename them. I can't actually... One of them was an engineer and one of them was a scientist. I can't remember what that was. Not that that really matters. Florida is looking a little, well, like it's seen a few better days. I think that's just something from Engine Light. I'm not entirely sure why that does that. Oh dear. An ascent at 20 times physical time warp. Yeah, I can't imagine that went very well. Phil is looking also quite content. Jane Jones, I don't know, she's pulling a bit of funny face. She's pulling a little bit of a funny face there. Maybe she's a little bit scared. What have So Not the Hero type and Phil done to make her so worried? I don't know. Will we ever know? But we are getting very close. Do I have RCS on this stage? No, I don't. So we are going to have to get rid of this stage. This very, very long stage. That's 2 tanks stacked on top of each other because I couldn't actually make the tanks long enough for just one. So yeah, this is like 50 meters in length, and then this is about another 30 or 20. It's very long rocket. But coming up to the final stages of our ascent now. So obviously, once again, we're going to go in and we're going to hide the HUD to make it look all nice. I don't know what's the best way of showing this, because you can't really see much. But I think I can confidently say that my staging is set up, so when I press stage now, the launch abort system should go off, and our core stage should return to Earth with deorbit separation motors. I am not going to check it because I want to make this a shot for the kind of episode that I'm going to be doing. So there is a good chance I could completely screw the mission up here with not checking my staging before doing this, but here we go. That looked like it was successful. That looked like nothing went wrong. But it's very dark. Yep, that's everything. Everything is fine. Everything is good. We didn't screw the mission over. So, now that we are here, I guess we can start planning our approach to the moon. So, yep, that's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm doing. So 3,142 meters per second delta V. That looks like we hit that pretty much bang on where we wanted it to be. So let's execute next node. We'll turn our RCS on so we can actually turn this rather large piece of spacecraft in space. How much does this weigh? Vessel info. 112 tons. So it's not that bad. Obviously, I think the launch vehicle that actually gets... God damn it, Phil. So not the hero type. I don't know why, but you're the only one that has a helmet on. I'm assuming that's because Phil has farted and you're trying to avoid any unwanted smells from approaching you. But yeah, hopefully. I just see, every time I look back at the comments, I see nice, rapid disassembly. And I'm like, I really hope that doesn't happen now. Please, no unexpected rapid disassembly. That would be very, very bad. Especially with all of these famous people on board. But there we go. Lovely little shot of the sun. Oh, I screwed up my historian. No. Suppressed. Suppressed, I tell you. There we go. That's a pretty cool little sight. Hopefully this J2 engine fires. Yes, it does. That's good. And then it's just a quick little burn to the moon. So. What to say? It's just a trans-lunar injection. I've seen a lot of these. This obviously happened on the last launch of Serenity, and it all went fine. It looks like this has gone fine as well. Although I don't have my HUD open at the moment, so there is a very good chance that this could have had maybe, well, not an ignition failure. We would have noticed that already, but it could have had a performance failure or thrust loss, which would probably also result in the mission being a failure. But the fact that it's ignited, I guess that's a good sign. It's probably gonna work, maybe. I hope it should work, maybe. We'll see. But anyway, that's enough of that. Now we can physical time warp and get rid of that plume, and we will do the last 2 minutes and 40 seconds of this burn, going rather fast. And we're gonna say bye-bye to the sun as we go past. Well, as the sun sets on the horizon. Jane Jones, So Not the Hero Type, and Phil all take one last look at it and wave it goodbye as it disappears from sight for probably the next, 45 minutes before they see it again. Because obviously we're traveling very fast around the Earth, and it will be no time at all before we see that sight again. Liquid hydrogen reserves are low. So yeah, another thing, when I was doing all of like the cinematics for Serenity 1, it was really annoying every time something like that came up. Because as far as I'm aware, there's no way to turn those off, and it's just something that's added as part of Kerbalism. And I think in the entire cinematic that I did before the Kestrel has landed, I think that only came up once. But I did want to do a whole episode without having the heads-up display up at all. Right, there we go. We have completed our translunar injection. What are we saying? What are we saying? Are we looking good? Let's go and check the moon. It looks like we're impacting the moon at the moment. So that actually isn't, well, isn't the worst thing we could be doing. But I don't want to impact it that hard. Well, I do want to impact the moon with this stage. because I want this stage to smash into the surface and then clean up some space junk. So I think I'll get our periapts of the moon, our periloon around there. And then, obviously, what we've got to do is we've got to do a bit of a docking maneuver. We've got to fix our spacecraft. But I kind of want to do that in the light. But actually, no, it's probably better if I do it now. Wait, even if you don't have deep space avionics though, with those lunar impactors, you don't need that to complete the contract, do you? I thought all you need to do is transmit science back and have enough electric charge. Although actually not having deep space avionics in that stage of the game probably means you wouldn't have enough electric charge, because that takes up a lot of electric charge. I don't know. Anyway, let's do our transposition and docking. So, see, problem is it's kind of hard to see what we're doing, but luckily we have the amazing mechanical Jebediah, who is going to basically do everything for us, because I've been playing KSP for so long, and I'm on a Kerbal Space Program group on Facebook now, and there are so many people who just moan about MechJeb, and they say like, oh, MechJeb's cheating, why are you using MechJeb? It's like, once you've played KSP for so long and you've done everything so many times, you've done it with your eyes closed and hundreds and thousands of times, it's just nice being able to have MechJeb there to do it all for you, all of the stuff that you don't really want to do. So I'm going to get docking autopilot up, and we're going to set our speed limit to 0.3 meters per second, and we're going to enable autopilot. And then we will see the Tranquility Orbiter meet up nicely with Serenity 2, well, Kestrel number 2, I guess. And it would be nice if I'd have done this on the light side of Earth, because obviously then we can see everything, but I think it's probably better to get these all connected up. Oh, that's coming in rather hot. Is that gonna work? If that does, that's amazing. No, that didn't work. You messed up, mechanical Jebediah. That was wrong. Moving towards the starting point. Okay, I see you. You are going back. Okay, right. You could probably just dock now. Oh, there we go. Moving forward to dock. And there we go. That thing's wobbling around at a little bit of a worrying rate. I hope that something isn't attached where it should be. No, we're miles away. So how is our lunar encounter looking? So it's still... Oh yeah, of course. I've docked, so that's turned my RCS off. We want, I think, around 80 kilometers, an 80 kilometer periaps, because the Kestrel, if you try and land it, when I did it in testing, if you try and land it at 60 kilometers, it's going to smash into the ground really hard, and we don't want to do that. I think 80 was the perfect height for the amount of fuel that I got and for the amount of thrust-to-weight ratio I've got on that lunar module descent engine. So let's add a maneuver. So it's going to take us, what, 4 days and 15 hours to reach the moon. And then we're going to do a lovely little capture burn around here. We want that to get down to 80 kilometers as well. Be nice to have a nice circular orbit. 87, 79, 82, 74, something like that. 84 and 78. Yeah, that would do us absolutely fine. Right. Now what I need to do is I need to go in and turn on all of the fuel cells. So the fuel cells are in here. Can I get to them? There's one. I'm assuming they're not running at the moment. Kerbalism doesn't like... Yeah, no, we've only got an hour and 15 minutes of electric charge, which obviously is nowhere near enough to get to the moon. It's going to take us over 4 days to get there. So we're going to start these fuel cells and we're going to dump water. And that should be the way that we get these to work. Right. I have lost sight of them though. I'm sure when I did this for Serenity 1, it wasn't this difficult to find those fuel cells. Am I just being really silly and looking in the wrong place? It doesn't help that I'm doing this on the dark side of the planet. Right, so there's one fuel cell here. I bet this is the one I've already turned on. Oh, no, no, dump water. And we'll have you running. So we've got 2 hours and 37 minutes now. So that's a little bit better. Have I turned on this one? Nope. Dump water. Running. Perfect. 5 hours and 40 minutes. Still not enough to get us all the way over to the moon. But there should be one more. And I believe it's that there. There we go. Yep. Fuel cell running. Stopped. Dump water. And yeah, no, it's just something weird that I think Kerbalism does with fuel cells, or something weird that goes on with fuel cells, that you just have to go in and dump water. I think if you have full water tanks, that water has nowhere to go, so the fuel cells stop working. I think, anyway, I think that's why that does that. But yeah, obviously you had to go in and make sure that all works. But yeah, now we should be on our way to the moon. We're crossing the Van Allen belts, but we shouldn't be crossing them for a very long period of time. How much radiation do our brave astronauts have on them already? Ooh, Jane Jones has seen quite a bit of radiation. I have got lifetime radiation turned on Kerbalism. I just thought it'd be something else to add a little bit of an additional challenge. Not really sure if I need an additional challenge with Kerbalism anyway, but especially when I'm planning on going Interplanetary, because lifetime radiation may really hinder some of those missions. I'll have to see. When I get to that stage, I'll have to see. Oh, I'm definitely going to be doing the landing for this without MechJeb, because MechJeb, I did mention in the actual Serenity 1 video, MechJeb cannot deal with... What am I looking for? Limited ignitions. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, MechJeb can't deal with limited ignitions for landings at all. It will just burn through your ignitions really quickly. So I am going to have to do the landing completely by myself. Not that that's a worry. I quite like landing. And even I said when I landed this the first time that actually, yeah, this was really nice to fly on landing. But I mean, I will always use Ascent MechJeb PVG to get my ascents now, because it can do it better than I can. I can get an orbit, and I can probably get it close to MechJeb PVG. And I have done, but it's just a lot easier and saves time, and I can physical time warp through it. I have also tried a bit of KOS. I didn't particularly like using it. I didn't really like the language that much, and actually I should have done this before. So I want that off. We're gonna put it in a barbecue roll. Mmm, tasty. Bacon and sausages and burgers and Kerbals. Jane Jones, So Not the Hero Type, and Phil, all on top of this barbecue. I was talking about MechJeb, wasn't I? Yeah, I just noticed that it was very straight, and you don't need to do this at all. It's just kind of like realism, I guess. Something more realistic. Oh yeah, no, I was talking about KOS. Yeah, I have tried KOS. I didn't really get the programming language, and actually I might give it another go at some point soon, because when I first tried using KOS, I knew nothing about programming whatsoever. I had no idea. I'd never done any kind of coding or anything like that. However, now I've just finished my first year of computer science at university, and I think I'd like to think that I know a lot more about it. So it might be something worth picking up again now that I've actually kind of got a better understanding of how well coding works. Although I feel like a lot of KOS is the actual maths behind like all of the maneuvers that you're going to be doing. So it's something that I would quite like to pick up again. But anyway, so I've been nattering on a bit and not time warping enough. There we go. Oh yes, the time warp works properly. So we can actually get to the moon in a relatively decent time. So obviously 4 days and so hours when you're going at what? That's not 50 times. It's 1,000 times. It takes a really long time, and I've had to sit through some missions where I've had to do that. And it's just really annoying. Kerbalism, it adds a really cool aspect to the game, but it can be really annoying at the same time. Like Kerbalism Science, I would never, ever, ever want to play with stock science anymore, just because the way Kerbalism does it is just so much better. Right, so my berry apps seems to have gone up. That's a little bit of a shame. That's a little bit of a shame indeed, but oh well. It's when you enter time warp, it just, yeah, where your maneuvers are just kind of go a little bit all over the place. So it looks like we're actually going to have to move our maneuver because our periapse has changed completely. Please, 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 please say we're going to. That looks very promising for a sea. Oh no, Sea of Serenity's like there, isn't it? Oh, I hope we can get close. I really hope we can get close. Right, so 80,000 meters. Want it about 90,000 meters. Oh, it's going to take way more delta V. That's a shame. That's a shame. Oh well, yeah. Let's do that maneuver, and then we will circularize later on. So, well, once we get to our periapse. So, am I clicking? I am clicking the wrong button. Oops. 14 hours. But here, Jane Jones, So Not the Hero Type, and Phil are fast on their way to the moon. I mean, they're already in the moon's sphere of influence. So Not the Hero Type, you are having a whale of a time. You seem to be incredibly excited and very happy, and you're very pleased. Hopefully you won't come smashing down into the lunar surface. That would be terrible. Just reading through comments. But yeah. There we have a lovely shot of the Oceanus Procularum. Sea of Storm, no, Ocean of Storms, I think is the English translation. I can't remember. I did look it up just before doing one of my episodes because I knew I was going to land there. So actually doing this series has made me learn a lot. Because I do look up, I don't just, when I do my voiceovers, I do like to actually know what I'm talking about before doing them. So I go in and kind of research everything that I'll be saying. And yeah, no, I'm learning a lot doing this series. More than I have done just playing it, I guess. But then even just playing Real Solar System and Realism Overhaul, I have learned a lot doing that. So what are we on? 4 minutes 52 seconds, 5 minutes 42 seconds even. So that's what, 2 minutes and 51, I think. Oh, why is it so hard to divide times by 2? Trying to work that out. So 2 minutes 30 would be 5 minutes. So yeah, 2 minutes 51. I think I got, yeah, I did get that right. Yeah. So start my burn at 2 minutes and 51 seconds in order to hopefully evenly spread out the burn either side of the node. And I could get MechJeb to do it, but actually after talking about using MechJeb all the time, I kind of just fancy doing this one myself. So let's go on to the node. Hopefully our AJ10137 doesn't fail us. The service propulsion system, yeah, what was used on Apollo. I don't have advanced burn time on, and I should put it on, but I remember it wasn't for this series, it was the last time I played KSP, it kind of ruined something. I can't remember what it did, but I think I will turn it on when I'm not in a launch. But then, to be fair, most of my maneuvers that I've been doing, I've been using MechJeb to do, so it's not really been an issue up to now. But yeah, a lot of my voiceover is winging it. It's not like I write anything down and kind of look at, like, have a script or anything. I do just say what comes to the top of my head. But when there's something like when I named like the Piazzi orbiter and the Olbers orbiter, the missions to Ceres Investor, I had no idea who discovered those before looking that up. But it's just things like researching into that kind of stuff so that I have something that I can come to the top of my head when I do it. But yeah, RSS RO, it's a great learning tool. I'm so glad I picked this up. Well, especially during, well, lockdown. It's given me something to do, which has been nice because I like having stuff to do. It's nice. It's a way of keeping yourself entertained. But this burn is taking a really long time, and I probably should have F2 screened this for a little bit of a cinematic, well, just no HUD section. I honestly don't know how I'm going to go into my episodes after doing that last moon mission, after doing the Serenity special, because that was... I mean, that took me a lot longer to do than a regular episode, but it just looks so much better. It felt like... Oh, it felt really epic. I was really, really pleased with how that came out. And I'd actually done the voiceover for that before the previous 2 episodes. And that was hard coming up with what to say when I already knew the outcome of that episode. And it completely threw me doing the voiceover to the previous 2 episodes. But I was so excited to release that as well. That was the video that I was really looking forward to, like, unleashing on YouTube, because I thought it was the best piece of work that I'd done to date. And that's the thing, like, well, yeah, I did really enjoy it, and I thought it came out really well. But there's still, looking back at it, and I look back maybe at my videos, like 3 times. I go through it, obviously, when I'm editing it. I then go through it once before I upload it onto YouTube, just the finished product, just to make sure that I've not made any slip-ups or anything, and I'm sure I've still made slip-ups. And then I watch it once when it gets released on YouTube, just to make sure that it's all kind of come across fine. And I was really happy with it, but there were things that I would probably go back and change. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like when I am talking, it's just... I don't know, I'm reaching for words. It's like a struggle to come up with something that I feel like would be interesting, but then I don't know, it's just general talking rubbish stuff, I guess. But then I've done this stream, I feel like I've been talking throughout most of this. I'm quite a chatty person. I'm very in real life, I'm quite extroverted, and I like talking. I like going up to people and chatting to them and introducing myself, and so does my wife. My wife is very, very extroverted as well. Did I say introverted before? I meant extroverted. But yeah, no, we both like talking to people a lot. I'm surprised she hasn't come in here whilst I've been doing this live stream, although she is asleep now. She went to sleep about an hour and a half ago, because as I have mentioned, it is 1:30 here. And the reason why I'm doing it this late over here is because obviously, well, according to YouTube statistics anyway, the vast majority of my viewers are from the United States. So I know at least on the East Coast, that's 5 hours behind where I am. So I started this 10 p.m. my time, so it would match up 5 p.m. Eastern time, just to kind of ensure that the most people who would be available to watch it. But it is getting late. It is getting late. Well, yeah, it's 1:30, and I think definitely after I have finished the Serenity mission, I will be finishing this live stream. But I want to get this done. I want to get this done. And I mean, the original plan was to do the first half of 1965, but I don't even know how long this stream's been going on for now. It's almost 4 hours, so yeah. Well, we're coming to the last little bit of this burn. So that means what? Just regular European time, I guess. Because yeah, I think UK and Portugal, I think, are GMT, and then the rest of Europe is an hour ahead. Right, actually, I was looking at comments then, and I realised that I'm getting really close to the finish of this burn. Right, so 80,000. That will do us fine. I'm going to kill rotation there. Why is my... Oh, no, the game's frozen. That's why. I was like, why is my RCS not working? So let's get that down to bang on 80,000. And when we reach the periaps, we are going to bring our apoaps down to 80,000. We've only got 453 meters per second left in this stage. Obviously, that's not enough to get back to Earth from the moon, but once we are, well, when we are going to be returning to Earth, we will not be carrying that lander, so we will be a lot lighter. So let's get rid of this node, and we'll see just how long it will take us to get... Not how long, how much delta V it will take us to get. Actually, no, I'm not going to bother messing around with the maneuver node to do that. I'm going to get maneuver planner up, and I will get this, and we will set it to circularize at the next periapsis. Create node. 28.5 meters per second of delta V. That's actually quite a lot, considering we've only got 453 meters per second left. Oh, but I'm going to do it, though. I am going to do it. And I'm gonna let MechJeb do it. There you go. I've done one burn this live stream. I've done one on my own, so we can let MechJeb do it. And we are going to be slowly turning around so that we can obviously meet up with our maneuver node so we can perform our maneuver. Oh, we are dipping a little bit below 80,000. I think being a little bit below 80,000 will still be alright for the lander. But I did run this through the actual Kestrel lander, I did run that through quite a lot of tests in Crash before finalizing this mission design. And yeah, I did mention it earlier on, 60 kilometers was too high. The lunar module descent engine did not have enough thrust to slow us down so that we wouldn't crash into the lunar surface from 60 kilometers. So yeah, I'm sure 30 meters below 80,000 will be fine though. And then I think once I got up to like around 100,000, we were using way too much fuel to land this. But hopefully all goes right, and we're obviously So Not the Hero Type and Phil will be moving across into the Kestrel lander at some point soon. I think we should have a fair bit of food and water and oxygen left over. 16 days, so that's absolutely fine. Cool, yeah, we can this mission can last quite a while. So it's going to take about 4 days to get back. I think most of our food and water, I think there's like 7 days worth of supplies on here. But here we go, firing up that service module engine once again to lower our apoaps down to be around the same as our periaps. I'm pretty sure MechJeb won't get it bang on, but it will get it very close. There we go, yeah. Sweet. Now, we need to land in the Sea of Tranquility. Not the Sea of Tranquility, the Sea of Serenity. I think that's around here. Unfortunately, that is in the dark. And I can't actually see where it is at the moment. So I'm going to get landing guidance up and I'm going to see if I can find it. Landing guidance. Land somewhere. No. No. Oh, I hope that didn't fire off. Oh, brilliant. We are going over. Oh, that's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. So, I think maybe when we get to the Mare Imbrium or the lowlands. Right. Oh, this is going to be terrifying, though, because I'm going to be landing in the dark. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I want to get rid of the landing guidance. Well, that's really nice, because I was a little bit worried that our inclination when we got to the moon would mean we weren't going to go over the Sea of Serenity, but it looks like we are going to. That's really nice. So, how do I get rid of this landing guidance thing? Come on, where are you? Landing guidance. Pick target on map. No. Press. Oh, I just need to go out of map view. Okay, so we'll just come out of map view. Right, so actually, now that we have circularized ourselves, I think it's time to get So Not the Hero Type and Phil into the Kestrel lander. So, I never actually opened the hatch on these, so let's open the hatch quickly. And let's transfer those two brave astronauts across. Transfer crew, there we go. So Not the Hero Type, you are going to be the first one into the Kestrel lander this time. I think you said be right back, but... Oh no, you're back. Did he transfer over? No? Oh, there we go. Oh, I don't want to click abort. Although I don't think there's actually an abort stage on this anymore. Crew transfer interrupted. Oh, that's why, because it's done by Ship Manifest, I think is the mod that does all of that. It's also the mod that I could actually change the names of the Kerbals. Right. Transfer crew. And Phil. Phil, you are coming across as well. As I said that, I just saw the "I'm ready" come up on the comments. So, there we go. Now that's all done, let's close the hatch. Close the hatch. And we are going to decouple the Kestrel lander for the second time in NASA Space Agency history. We are going to be attempting to land on the surface of the moon. And I hope we have enough fuel left to get back. I think that little circularization has been, well, it's a bit worrying. But we can undock. We still got, yeah, no, we're fine. We've got 1,053 meters per second of delta V left. That's absolutely fine. Right, why can't I? There we go. I was like, why isn't it moving me away? So, Jane Jones is going to be staying on her own for the next few hours whilst So Not the Hero Type and Phil make their final descent to the lunar surface, where they're going to go and study it and check out all kinds of interesting phenomenon that they've heard about and have been asked by the boys back at the lab to study and check out and make sure that everything is fine with the moon and it's not going to blow up due to some... Actually, no, I'm not going to say that because spoilers for certain shows. Okay. Right. So, now that we've done that, I kind of need to figure out when I'm going to start the descent burn. I wanted to go when we were just over the Mare Imbrium, I think. This takes a little while to actually descend. Actually, talking of taking a while, we've got 3 hours and 30 minutes of battery life on this thing, so we are going to have to turn on those fuel cells. Not the lithium hydroxide scrubbers, please. The fuel cells that are on the side. Dump water, fuel cell running. That gives us 17 hours. 17 hours is probably enough. I mean, we won't need 17 hours. We won't be staying on the moon for that long. Oh, so not the hero type has the first step. But let me inform you, the first one that went down last time was Albert Harper, and he picked up the samples and all of that, and it actually was really difficult getting him back into the lander for reasons which you will see when we get down, when he weighed a bit more holding those samples. So getting the first step might mean that you will have your last steps on the surface of the moon, but we'll see. Hopefully it won't come to that. Hopefully we can get everyone back safely. Hopefully, anyway. Right, so let's turn the RCS on for this, and we will do a little bit of a time warp until we are... Well, we're in the Mare Imbrium. I think we want to come down, but quite soon. I think maybe when we hit the lowlands. Let's get that landing. Let's get that landing thing up again. The landing guidance tells me what biome that we're going to be landing in. Right, pick target on map. That's still Mare Imbrium. So we've still got a little bit of a while to go. I think, oh, this is going to be, I'm not going to enjoy this. Just the fact that I'm not going to be able to see. Right, that's lowlands, that's Sea of Serenity, all the way over there. So I'm fairly certain that if we start our descent now, hopefully, we should land in the Sea of Serenity, except we're not going to be able to see any of it because it's going to be on the dark side of the moon. Oh well, oh well. So we can get rid of landing guidance. All I want is I want this up. We can get rid of Kerbal alarm clock and smart ASS. That's what I want. Does this have a failure chance? It does. Oh, now that would be terrible. Right. Is there any reason why you're not moving? Okay, all of that's disabled. There we go. Oh, I thought I'd messed up the configuration of this for a minute then. Oh, man. And... oh, do I go yet? I think I do. I think I do. Please don't have an ignition failure. We're good. We're good. And we're going to just blast this all the way up. So, time to do a manual landing. And actually, I'm just going to get the landing gear out already because why not? There they are. There they are deployed. Let's have a quick look inside. The Alcor pod. This is the interior of the Alcor pod, which is from Asset. It just looks so cool. I'm not going to spend much time in IVA here, but just wanted to have a quick look because, you know, it just looks really nice. But obviously in my video that I did for the video for Serenity 1, Kestrel has landed. Yeah, you get a fair few shots of the interior of that in there. But oh, we're over the Sea of Serenity now. Is it the Mare Serenitatis? I think Mare. I don't know. Someone told me that I pronounced it wrong when I said mare. It's like not like mare, like a horse mare. It's mare, which is obviously Latin for sea. But I can't remember how they said it was pronounced. Well, I know the plural of them is Maria, so I guess it's Mari. I don't know. But let's have a look at our landing. So impact time 10 minutes and 6 seconds, and we're coming down in the Midlands. We won't be coming down in the Midlands. I really hope we won't be coming down in the Midlands. I want that to change to Mari Serenitatis. I said that very wrong there. But suicide burn length is going to be 10 minutes. I'm a little bit worried that I've actually started this a little bit too late. It'd be a real shame if I was to land in the lowlands when trying to go. But I don't know. Because this thing has such a slow thrust to weight. It has a low thrust to weight ratio that... Oh, have I messed up here? Have I messed up? I'll be happy once that impact biome changes to lowlands. Come on. Come on. Please. Please change. We're still over the Sea of Serenity, so that's good. And we are slowing down, but we're not slowing down very quickly. What is the thrust to weight ratio on this? 1.65, but that's around the moon. So it's very low. Like the amount of force this is exerting on this spacecraft is going to be very, very small. Yes, there we go. We are going to be landing in the Sea of Serenity. Oh, that's brilliant news. Absolutely brilliant news. Right, does this thing have lights? It does, but the pod doesn't look like it actually has lights on. I've got a few lights at the top. Those lights are going to be very important because we're not going to be able to see what we're doing. We are landing when it's going to be dark. Hopefully we don't land on a large cliff or anything like that, but I don't think we will be because we're landing in one of the Maria, so obviously they are very flat. They're like basaltic flows or something caused them, so they're very flat, very smooth. It's a very nice place to try and land. So, impact time, 5 minutes. 5 minutes to impact, and our suicide burn is a lot longer than our impact time, but hopefully that should go down. I obviously landed the Kestrel in Serenity 1, and I'm fairly sure that we will be able to get this down safely. As long as we don't have any kind of failure. Which we shouldn't do. Now that it's... Well, I think I should be able to get this down without ever turning the engine off, because the LMDE is very deeply throttleable. So, I'm fairly sure that we won't have to turn the engine off for this. So we've had 1 ignition success. We've still got 2 ignitions left, and I would quite like to use some of the fuel that we have remaining when we land to boost this stage up into our orbit. But I think that shouldn't be an issue. I still think we will have a little bit of fuel left. I mean, we've got 1,430 meters per second of delta V left on this stage already. And, well, we've got 850 meters per second to kill off. Actually, I should really be stuck on that. And then once we get once our, horizontal speed moves down, then we'll whack it up to just pointing upwards. This is very tense. I really, really don't like the fact that I'm coming down at night, but to be honest, this is what the contract required. And it's a contract that's worth like 2 million funds once I complete the contract, so I really want to complete it, and I would like to complete it properly. I mean, I could go in and accept it in the cheat menu, but then that would be bad because I haven't. It's a targeted moon landing for a reason, so we do need to land exactly where the boys in mission control want us to land, which happens to be the Sea of Serenity. But 2.5 minutes to impact. Well, no, 3 minutes to impact. I can read time. Yeah, so 2 minutes 50 seconds to impact. That is it's gonna take a little bit longer than that because we are gonna be bleeding off speed, obviously the entire descent. Still got over 1,000 meters per second of delta V in that stage, which is wonderful. Hopefully that shouldn't lead to any problems. Everything looks to be in working order. We can't see anything at the moment. We can see Earth over up there, and actually, talking of Earth, let's get a little bit of a screenshot of it as we come down. I think I'm going to get a screenshot of this once it's landed on the surface of the moon as well, just because, you know, it'll be nice. It'll be something to add to the thumbnail of this episode once it is all done. Oh, come on. Almost at 500 meters per second. Hopefully there will be no... Oh, what is it? Is it litho braking? I think is the term that's popular in KSP, where you smash into the ground to slow yourself down. Hopefully that won't happen. I don't think it will. I'm fairly sure. Yeah, there we go. Oh wow, yeah, no. Although we still need to burn at full capacity because our impact is in 116 seconds and our burn is just a little bit over that. But it's coming down. Our burn is coming down way faster than our impact, which is nice. Yeah, lunar descents take a while. Lunar descents do take a while. Especially in, well, using an engine that has no thrust to weight ratio whatsoever. But it looks like we're going to come down safely, which means it's going to take even longer to land. But I want to try and keep that impact in and the estimated burn at the exact same time. So that needs to come up a little bit. It's just a bit of a balancing act where the throttle should be for each stage of this descent. But our burn is now less than our impact, so we're going to cut back on the throttle. That seems to be like a really kind of good place to have them. Let's actually get that up a little bit. Actually, if you go in here and you turn on, I think it's flight landing mode, it'll tell you what our impact speed is going to be. It's a really kind of useful thing that's part of this. So I think I'm going to set that to there for now. So our impact speed is going to be 0 meters per second. Oh, there's a little one that says it there as well. But I think this should get us down most of the way nicely. We've got 530 meters per second of delta V left. I think we should be all right. How high are we? We're 10,000 meters up. We should be fine. It's part of Alcor, the screen that does that. But I think it was raster prop monitor that adds all of these as well. Like I think you need raster prop monitor to actually run the Alcor screens. But you can see all kinds of things. Like I've got a picture of the craft up here. Get that up. Get our resources up. There's cameras that you can put on. Crew, So Not the Hero Type and Phil are in here at the moment. Resources. Let's stop the IVA. So this is coming down rather nicely, and it looks like we are still going to have quite a lot of Delta V left when we land, which will be really nice. Impact in 30 seconds. Burn. So let's... Right, no, we want that to be a little bit better than that. 14? I don't want to impact it at 30 meters per second. Thank you. That would be bad. So our horizontal speed is almost gone. As soon as that hits the, well, centimeters per second, I think I'm going to switch this to up. Just so, obviously surface velocity, if you've got MechJeb switch to surface velocity, if you start going up, it will cause the entire spacecraft to just flip because suddenly your surface velocity negative is going that way. So it flips the spacecraft, and yeah, it's bad for all parties involved. So that's why I want to set it to up. So we are going 30 centimeters a second, 20 centimeters a second, 10 centimeters a second, and yep, 18 millimeters a second is more than. And see, yeah, I'm no longer impacting. I must be really close, and oh, that's a bit of a problem. I didn't want that to happen. I slowed down to a complete complete standstill. I want to hit maybe at around 6 or so meters per second. There we go. We've landed. We've landed on the moon. We have landed on the moon. It has been a successful touchdown, except we can't see anything at the moment because it's obviously dark. But there we go. And we're going to do a crew report from landing. Oh, hello. That's weird. I don't know. The data should say moon landed Mare Serenitatis, but it doesn't look like it's doing that. Info. Oh, there we go. Hopefully that's fine. Hopefully there's nothing too wrong with all of that. We've only got 82 meters per second of delta V left in this stage. That's really worrying. So, now that we've got all of that done, So Not the Hero Type called dibs on being the first one. He's out of nitrogen. That always comes up. He does have nitrogen. I probably should have extended the ladder first, before doing this. But here he is on his way down. We're going to extend this ladder as well. Now, this is what I mean about having an issue getting back up. They don't like to transfer from that ladder to the next one. So, thunk. We're going to have a little bit of a hard landing. But, So Not the Hero Type, congratulations. You have made it to the surface of the moon. You are on the Sea of Serenity. And now you're going to spend the next 2 hours and 30 minutes getting a deep surface sample. So, I hope you brought a good book to read or something to keep you occupied whilst you wait for your drill to really sort itself out. But with So Not the Hero Type out, we are going to move on to Phil, who will be joining him momentarily. And maybe actually we'll kind of see what these guys look like whilst they're out on the Sea of Serenity, because we can't see anything at the moment. It is very, very dark indeed. So, oh, Phil had a little bit of a tougher, well, bumpier ride coming down. But there we go. Let's turn you guys to face each other, because otherwise we can't actually see. We're on the dark side of the moon. We're going to get a screenshot of these two just chilling here, I think. Maybe like that. Looks very ominous with the Kestrel lander in the background. But yeah. So, Phil should be alright getting back. And actually, when I did this last time, when I did Serenity 1, I did manage to get everyone back safely. It was a bit worrying though, and I think I had to get, well, unextend that bottom ladder and do a little bit of a run and jump and try and grab onto that ladder to get the guy who was holding all of the space rock samples to get him back up correctly. So we'll have to see. We'll see when it comes to it. So actually, yeah, we'll leave. So not the hero type. Phil, you've had enough time on the moon. You look very happy, but it's time to get you back into the Alcor capsule. Whilst actually, nah, we'll leave you both out here for now. So let's get rid of this and actually make sure that our deep surface sample is all going fine. So yeah, we've got 2 hours and 20 minutes just to chill around on the moon. Our electric charge is going down very, very quickly, but I think we should still have enough left by the time we have finished with our shenanigans on the lunar surface. There we go, we've got our reports. Oh. Suddenly, the lander just did a bit of a wobble. Yeah, I'll get a screenshot sorted. I took a screenshot of that anyway, so yeah. Right. So now comes the tricky part of getting you guys back up. Easier said than done. So I think what I had to do is retract that ladder. And we're going to have to do what is called a pro gamer move. A little bit of a run and jump with RTS. And can we make it? Yes. No. Yep. Yeah. Oh, there we go. So not the hero type, you have made it successfully back onto the Kestrel lander. It was a little bit worrying, but we managed to do it. And you'll notice it's so much easier to make Phil now jump and get up there than it was for So Not the Hero Type, but that's because So Not the Hero Type had a full inventory full of space rocks and stuff. So yeah, it's a lot easier to get Phil back up into the Kestrel lander. And there we go. We are done with our time on the lunar surface. Now, obviously, we have to get back to that Tranquility orbiter. So let's see whereabouts it is. Where is the Tranquility orbiter? Oh, it looks like... Oh, there's the lander. So I said in the episode that I wanted the Serenity lander to crash back into the surface of the moon. I didn't put any avionics on that stage, so as soon as I detached it from our orbiter, it just floated around in space. So yeah, it's been there for a while. But well, nothing I can really do about it now. So Serenity 2. Come on. So what I want to do is, ideally, I want to wait until Serenity 2 has just gone past me. Look at all of that science. Look at all of that science. 527 science from landing again. Wait, have I set that as... I want Serenity 2 is my target. And that looks like it is going to be an incredibly easy launch. Yeah, that won't be difficult to rendezvous at all. So actually what I want to do is I want to get the rendezvous planner up so I can see my relative inclination. And I think we want to lift off. Yep, we do. And here we go. Here we go. Here we go again. Oh, this is always tense. Right, so... Oh, Oh, hello. Oh, that was a little bit worrying then. Oh, we've lost our target. Why have we lost our target? That's not fun. I've got no idea. Right, okay, let's just put us into prograde. Whilst we... Oh, this is a little bit worrying. Come on, set as target. There we go. Right, so we have a relative inclination of 11.31 degrees. That's not too bad. That will be going down. So what we want is to go over here, kill our rotation, and then our relative inclination will come down because our prograde vector is getting closer to our target vector. At least that's how I kind of figure out how to get the relative inclination down when you're trying to match up with something after relaunching. And as soon as that gets down to, I think hopefully it should be like less than a degree of difference, then we'll hit prograde and just, yeah, see ourselves up to orbit. But yeah, that must have been why. But oh, that didn't happen when I did the last mission to the moon, which is a bit weird. I don't know what, maybe I must have selected the pod as being what I was in control of last time, but I can't remember. But yeah, this thing wobbles all over the place, and maybe, I mean, having the ladder extended isn't going to really change anything, but it does do a little bit of a wobble. Let's see if I go this way. No, that is going to make our relative inclination even worse. I think we're not going to get much better than 35 degrees. Oh, no, we've gone all the way. Oh, no. I went too far. 25, 24 will do us fine. If we can just stick at 25, that is more than enough. That will take such a minor inclination change to correct our inclination. Right. So, how much delta V have we got left? 1,500 meters per second. Oh, this is going to be really tight. I know when I did Serenity 1 it was really tight, but I don't think it was as tight as this. I think I had more fuel left on the Lunar Module descent engine stage than I did this time round. I'm actually a little bit nervous about this, but we'll see. So, Phil and So Not the Hero Type, you are not out of danger yet. Maybe that's why we've not got as much fuel. Someone has been sneaking some beer into this pod, which added weight that we did not realize that we had. But now, yeah, what am I? I'm 40 seconds away from Apoap's. I'm only at 26,000 meters though. I kind of want to be a little bit higher than that. So let's try and control this to get our Apoap's going up. Ideally, I want to be over 30,000 meters, because that way you can time warp faster than 10 times speed. It's really painful time warping at only 10 times speed. It's very slow. Still got 1,000. Yeah, we've got enough to make orbit. We will make an orbit, I think. But it's whether we need to perform our maneuvering in low lunar orbit with the Kestrel lander or the Tranquility orbiter remains to be seen. I think we should be able to do it with the Kestrel lander, and ideally that's the way I would like to do it. It's the way I did it in the last Serenity mission. But yeah, this thing looks like it's going to have very little fuel left indeed. Come on, let's get this up a little bit higher, please. Just a little bit higher. We want to maybe aim for around 31,000. Come on. Our relative inclination has gone down, which is a little bit annoying. Well, I say gone down, it's gone the wrong way. Let's try and get that back to... There we go. We just need a little bit of a burn that way, and then, oh god, why are we so out of control all of a sudden? Like I said, this thing is really hard to control. The RCS on here haven't been configured particularly well, so yeah, it's a bit of a bad design. I probably should have figured out a better place to place those RCS thrusters. Right. I think I'm going to cut those there, though, and circularize once I'm at Apple-Apps. How far behind are we? Not that far. Not that far at all. We're going to catch up with that very quickly. So... oh, look. Yeah, look. We almost already get an encounter. So that's going to take 300. Oh, yeah. We've got loads. We still... yeah, no. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. We will be able to do all of our maneuvering with this and meet up with the Tranquility Orbiter. Brilliant. Those extra beers did not hurt us in the end, so we're happy with that. So node in 38 seconds. Let's just skip forward to that a little bit. And let's fire up now. Wait, what? Why is my... wait, what? Why? So, yeah, we've got 53 meters per second here. We don't have 53 meters per second. And it's kind of just... That's really bizarre. I don't know why that's happened. That's really strange. Oh, we're getting a lot of wobble. Come on, we just want to stay on prograde. Just stay on prograde, please. Actually, these engines are throttleable. So, we can throttle them down, and hopefully that will prevent more wobble from happening. I did say in the Serenity video for this mission that, yeah, this had a lot of wonky wobble whilst doing it. But I think we should be fine now that we've lowered the thrust. Although, we have now gone past our Apple-Apps, so we are coming back down. That shouldn't really matter. Circular orbit, that's actually really terrible. Oh, not that that matters. Oh wait, no. Oh, we're still coming down. I should have done that way sooner. Right. Okay, let's actually go on the node and use the node for this. That wasn't a very good ascent. I need to be faced more radial so that we can avoid actually smashing into the moon. There we go. Well, that's sorted, and now we seem to be spinning completely out of control because I left it on node, and obviously the node flicked around. So we still got 246 meters per second left of delta V. That should be more than enough to do a little bit of low lunar maneuvering. Right. Oh, so that's is that a known glitch? Cool. Yeah, I think I have noticed it before, but I'd never noticed it do that. I'd noticed like having less delta V there than I thought I should, but never when I'd actually had to do the burn. Right. So actually, we're already looking relatively close. Do I want to do this, or do I want to let MechJeb do it? I'm gonna... right, okay, so what are we looking at there? I mean, $22 kilometers, 8.1, 7.6, 1.1. Ah, there we go. I'm going to do that. There we go. That's pretty much a perfect intersection. And that's going to take us 66.8 meters per second of delta V to perform that. And then our relative speed is going to be 50.8. So that's going to be 110, 116, 120 probably meters per second. So we're going to still have around 120 meters per second. Yeah, we're absolutely fine. We are absolutely fine. This mission is going to be a complete success. Phil, so not the hero type. You are going home, boys. But before we do that, we have to actually perform all of those maneuvers. And of course, we can only time warp up to 10 times speed at the moment because we are under 30,000. Oh, that's a shame. I do use the mouse wheel to make small adjustments. Wait, right click on the encounter, it should leave it up. I'll have to check. Yeah, we're currently on the way back. We are on our way back to orbiting, to rendezvousing with the orbiter at the moment. We've got our maneuver node all planned. We've got a separation of 1 kilometer, I think. And now we're just waiting until we need to make our burn. In 7 minutes. But hopefully that will come by in the blink of an eye once we can actually time warp faster than 10 times speed as soon as we get past 30,000 meters. There we go. And I don't want to overshoot this, so and I think we'll start burning at 10 seconds, but I won't burn. I'll only do a little bit. This engine is throttleable, so be nice if I could see the intersect markers come up. Kill rotation. And I'm going to do the last little bit of this with RCS. Because RCS is fantastic. And we can probably get our separation down to below 1 kilometer, I imagine. Here it goes. So 0.3 kilometers in 54 minutes, and our relative speed is going to be 52.9 meters per second. That's amazing. We're going to be fine. We're going to be absolutely fine. Yeah, I usually use MechJeb to do the nodes as well. I don't know why I'm doing a lot of them manually today. A lot of the series I have been doing MechJeb to do everything, and I think it's because usually I'm thinking about kind of like the cinematic shots that I want to get as part of the series, but I've not really been focusing on that today. So actually, when I edit all of this footage into the final bit that it's going to be, I think I might really struggle getting footage of this, but oh well. Wait, what? Wait, what? Okay. Right. No. Oh, shit. Oops. Oh, that's really bad. We're coming down again. I was too busy focusing on this intersection, on how close I was going to be, than seeing the... Oh dear. Right. Okay. Well, I think I want to get that a bit higher than that. Right, we're going to have to figure out... Oh, that's way too separate. Oh, This is going to be a tricky one. We're not going to smack into the moon yet, though. Oh, that could have been... How do I correct this? This is going to be a tricky one. I might have to... Let's just see what rendezvous autopilot comes up with. Oh man. We have 138 meters per second of delta V remaining. And sorry for swearing, I did not mean to do that. I don't usually, I was just very panicked at that moment in time. Oh, now we've got to wait forever whilst we get to that maneuver node. I think we might overshoot the lander, the orbiter. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get the orbiter to re-rendezvous. I think we might have to use some of the fuel. We've got 138 meters per second left. We're gonna use 8 meters per second on this inclination change. Well, that mission, at least I noticed it. At least I noticed it before suddenly realizing that we were going to be smashing into the moon's surface at 1600 meters per second. So that could have gone a lot worse. That could have gone a lot worse. It looks like we're barely scraping the surface though. Oh god, you can just see we are going up, but that's a really scary sight. Oh wow. Okay, so we're 13,000 meters up, 13 kilometers up. That's not too bad. Oh man, look at that. Whew. Very pretty views. Oh, well, there we go. That's the maneuver planner just going, suddenly coming in and going really quickly. Right, so now we should just be doing a bit of an inclination change so that we match up with the orbiter. Let's have a look. What is our relative inclination? It's only 0.3, so it's not too bad. On intercept course. Planning to match velocities at closest approach. Right, so I want to turn auto warp off. Are we really on an intercept course? Because sometimes rendezvous autopilot really messes up. Yeah, it has. So, disengage autopilot. Right, how many days of fuel can this thing last? So that's perpetual. So we can survive another 7 days in this thing. Right. So we've got 127 meters per second of delta V left. How far away are we going to be there? Okay. So, ideally, I want to lower, well, I want to raise my periaps because that periaps is a little bit silly. Hang on. We're now just behind it. So maybe once I get to my Apple apps, so let's speed up to Apple apps. We'll hit prograde. Prograde, yep. And we'll raise that periaps to a decent level. Maybe 40,000? 60,000 actually. So if we... I'm going to go for 55,000 and we'll see how much we catch up with the lander at 55,000. What's our Apple apps at? 94, so we're a little bit higher, and look, we are going to be speeding right up as we go down here now. Hopefully 54 kilometers separation. I think this is still doable. I think this is still doable, but I did just waste a lot. There we go. So periaps is too low. Separation 49 kilometers. That's still a little bit too much. Oh man, I'm getting very tired to work this out. 43 kilometers, 39 meters per second. I think, yeah, it should be possible. Should be possible. I think if I get that down to about equal with what we are on. So actually, yeah, I'm going to get my maneuver planner up and we're going to, where is it? Maneuver planner. Yep, we're going to circularize at the next periaps, which is 54,000 meters. Create node. And we will execute the node. And then, hopefully, once that's been done, we can figure out where we need to make our burn to rendezvous with our craft. And that shouldn't take a particularly large amount of delta V. I think we should be fine. I think we should be fine. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's why I'm lowering my Apple apps so that the orbit is roughly circular. So they're both circular orbits. And then I can just create a maneuver node at the raise the Apple apps of the Kestrel lander and then just move it around and see where the best intersect is basically what the rendezvous autopilot does. I should have just gone with rendezvous autopilot from the beginning rather than trying to do it myself, but oh well. So, auto time warp, yep. Well, this this stage of the mission was a lot more exciting than I was anticipating. I thought this would be done in a matter of minutes, but no, I really screwed up a little bit. So this should hopefully give us a bit more insight into where we want to place our node. Right, don't overshoot, don't overshoot, kill rotation. So we've got 100 meters per second of delta V left. Now what I want to do is create a maneuver node. Now that we are pretty much circular, and raise our apoaps to 80,000 meters, which is where our 75,000 meters, 80,000 meters. We'll go about there. Now I can move this around, and that there is looking like it is going to be where we want to perform our maneuver. Separation 2.5 kilometers, 6.3 meters per second. Oh no. Oh, I hit the, what do we call it? Normal marker. 1.7 meters per second, relative speed 5 meters per second, and that's going to take us 5.8 meters per second to do that. So I think the mission is saved. I'm fairly certain that we have it in us to perform around 11 meters per second. I think we're going home once again. And actually, I might just do this burn using the RCS thrusters because it's such a small burn. I need to remember that. Right-clicking it. I think it's something that I've never done, so... that's probably why I'm not doing it. Okay, so let's go onto map view and just make sure that we're going to be intersecting this where we should think we should be. Let's kill that maneuver. .8 kilometers at 5.4 meters per second, and this time we are not going to be smashing into the surface of the moon. And we've got 90 meters per second left. This is fine. Everything is burning. It's like the dog meme. This is fine. Everything is burning, but this is fine. Okay, so in 10 minutes we are going to target relative velocity because we want to slow down. Not that it's going to take long to slow down. I find I spend most of my time when I'm playing KSP in map mode. Unless I'm doing like a landing or anything like that, I always seem to be in map mode. Map mode is my favorite mode. I guess it's just probably the most useful. I don't know. Like, I've spent a lot of the time doing this maneuver to get back in map mode, but then I guess that's kind of like where you need to be. So let's just fire this up. And we are now moving at 0.3 meters per second relative to the Tranquility Orbiter. 0.1 meters per second relative to the Tranquility Orbiter. We're only 0.9 kilometers away. We should be able to see it. At least the little pink, there we go. green box that lets you know where a spacecraft is, or just something to rendezvous with. So I'm fairly sure this isn't the most, efficient way of doing this, but this is just the way that I do it. So you kill off all of your relative velocity, then you point at the target, and then you go towards the target. And then hopefully, so 0.1 kilometers in 0.0 kilometers in 5 minutes and going down. Now, I have a bit of a weird thing that happens when I time warp when I'm close to something, but I'm less than 180 meters away. The other craft just jumps around randomly, and it's something that I've always seen when I've played Realism Overhaul. I don't know if anyone else has that same issue. And we're just going to wait. So I'm actually going to flip round to relative velocity so we can slow ourselves down when we get there, because we wouldn't want to shoot past. We are almost there. We are almost there. Yeah, luckily, actually, I didn't have any failures or any problems with test light at all this mission. The only problem that I had with this mission was my own stupidity in not realizing that I was going to be crashing into the surface of the moon when I performed the burn. Everything else has gone rather well. And we are just, I think, probably gonna... Oh, we're not slowing down quick enough. There we go. There we go. Now we are fine. So, once again, we are going to control from the docking port, and we're going to go over to the Tranquility Orbiter, and dock. Where is the top? Where's the docking port? Come on. Why has everything in this mission been at night? I swear. There we go. Set as target. And we're just going to do an autopilot. So where are we? Docking. Docking autopilot. Once again, I'm going to whack it up to 0.5 meters per second. Ain't nobody got time for that. And there we go. We should finally be reunited with the Tranquility Orbiter. That was tight. That was really tight. 50 meters per second of delta V left, and we're still not done. There's a good chance we could burn through that 50 meters per second of delta V, because this thing likes to wobble all over the place when it's moving. So, yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. It does that in the stock game as well. I didn't even realize. I'm assuming you're talking about when my craft moves all over the place when I time warp. I never noticed that when I was playing stock KSP before moving over to Realism Overhaul, and it's something that I really noticed in Realism Overhaul. It has been very dark. It has been very dark. I mean, I've got lights on this mission, but they don't seem to be doing the best. It could be lighter. Oh, we're getting very close now. I think I can physical time warp this because I'm less than 180 meters away. Yes, I can. Otherwise, this would take a really long time. I'm moving at 0.5 meter per second. Even that, though, 0.5 meter per second when you're trying to dock is incredibly quick. It's like 50 centimeters a second. That's insanely fast. If you think about, I don't know, anything moving 50 centimeters a second in front of you, like I've got a can of drink, if that was to like fly at me at 50 centimeters a second, that would hurt if that hit me. Anyway, you can tell I'm getting tired now because I'm starting to like ramble on about weird things that just pop into the top of my head. It is getting late. But this mission must be completed. Can you get an ambient light boost? I suppose, actually, is it under Planet Shine? No, it's... There we go. That looks better. Can actually see stuff now. Even though we're on the dark side of the moon. And taking a very long time to dock. We don't seem to be getting any closer. Okay, why is that not getting any closer? If I change to this, Serenity 2, Jane Jones, if we kill your rotation, please. And then, yeah, that's what was going wrong. So this, because this was rotating, meant that the Kestrel couldn't dock with it properly. I could try and spin it up and do a very interstellar scene with No Time for Caution playing in the background. Ah, I love that. I love that piece of music. Come on. Here we go. Let's get our physical time warp up just so we can speed through the last little bits of this. And I'm gonna just, you know, get rid of that. Although... And there we go. We're back. We're safe. We can get So Not the Hero Type and Phil back into the Tranquility Orbiter, and we can send you back to Earth, where hopefully we don't burn up in the atmosphere. That's obviously the last major section of the mission to do. So let's open up the hatch, get everyone back in. Transfer crew. There we go. Get you over there. And Phil, let's get you across as well. I'm not sure if that's the highest I can stream. This is actually, well, the second stream, only the second stream I've ever done. I am recording all of this as well. I don't know if you can stream any higher than that. But anyway, everyone is safely back in there and we are ready to return home. So yeah, sorry about not being able to read the displays. That's not what I want. What is it that I want? I want Maneuver Planner. That is what I'm looking for. And we're just going to get MechJeb to return from the moon. We'll create the node. 799 meters per second. I knew it was roughly take that amount of delta V, and then we can see where that's going to finish us off. I'm going to turn off ground stations, and then I'm going to focus on Earth, and that is way too much. Way too much. But we'll do the burn. I'm going to do this manually, and then we can kind of figure out actually where we need to finish the burn. I'm just wondering. Just opening up the dashboard to see if there's anything that I can change to actually fix that, to make it better. My bandwidth should be pretty decent, so. I can switch to normal latency and see if that makes it any better. Let's try that anyway. Although for some reason, I don't know, my streaming thing, OBS, it was a bit weird playing around with the stream today. So I accidentally started this stream a little bit early because I was trying to figure out how to actually configure it all up, and yeah, so I'm not entirely sure how. Yeah, something weird's going on. There's a lot that I have to do to investigate to see if I can kind of make it a little bit better. Right, so anyway, we are gonna start burning now because I accidentally zoomed past the maneuver node. But let's hope we don't go smashing back into the Kestrel lander, because that would be really bad. I think we cleared it. I can't actually see where it is. So yeah, I think we are safely on our way back home. I'm going to put our perigee at about 40 kilometers. I think that worked for me when I did the first iteration of this mission. So putting it at 40 kilometers seemed to work rather nicely. And once again, we're going to leave Kestrel lander numero 2 just in orbit around the moon. But yeah, no. I have gone in and potentially changed a setting, but I don't know if that has made the quality any better. I think maybe, I don't know if it's doing it on... See, YouTube Studio is saying I'm not even streaming right now. But I know I am because I've got it up on my phone. And I can see it's really bizarre. I don't know what's going on. It's OBS Streamlabs is kind of, if I were to stream just using regular OBS, which I think I might do for my next stream. The only reason why I wanted to use Streamlabs is to get the chat up in game, but that's not worked anyway. So I think I might be able to make it better if I just use OBS, regular OBS Studio. So I think that's what I am going to use for my next stream, and we are not quite there, but a little bit of RCS will fix that. We'll get that down to 40 kilometers, and then we will take care when we use descent mode to not skip off the atmosphere, because that would be terrible. Come on. Right, 39,000. That's good enough for me. Are the fuel cells still working? No, they're not. Wonderful. But that's a quick little fix. Dump water. Turn on and off. Dump water. Turn on and off. Hour and 24 minutes. It's much easier to see this when it's actually light. When I was doing this on the way over, this took a lot longer to do. And there we go, that should be everything. And we've got perpetual electric charge. Brilliant. So now we return back. And let's obviously do a little bit of a barbecue roll as we go back. I think we are fine on everything. It's just, is that all where it should be? So, oh, yep, a little bit of a spin there from leaving the moon's sphere of influence, although we still are in the moon's sphere of influence, so I don't know why I did that. Strange. Okay, I should probably get a cinematic little bit of this, although at the same time I wanted to check that my staging was alright. Yeah, it is. It is. Ah, I'm starting to get quite tired now. So yeah, no, I'm definitely going to use OBS Studio rather than Streamlabs for the next one of these that I do, because I think when I streamed Minecraft before, and when I did that I had a lot more control over it. So it's, yeah, no, I'm going to be using Studio, and hopefully that will fix a fair few of the problems that I've been having. But this was kind of, well, it's my first Kerbal stream, and it's still just once again trying to figure out a few hurdles that I need to sort out. But how long is it going to take us? We're still in the moon sphere of influence. Let's whack this up to 10,000 times speed. And we are going to be home in 4 days, 4 hours, and counting down. Not very long at all. Although, no, yep, our time went down because obviously we changed sphere of influence from the moon to Earth. And actually, the way we're coming down, we might be coming down in daylight, which would be really nice. And actually, coincidentally, came down in daylight for Serenity 1 as well. I've always, well, when I did the Artemis LRP, the Lunar Return probes, they always came down in the middle of the night, and it was really annoying because I didn't change my config to make everything look bright, and so YouTube obviously is very bad for making everything look darker anyway, and you couldn't really see much going on. But it looks like we're going to be coming down in the Pacific Ocean as well, I think. Hello Australia, hello China, and now not quite yet. I think maybe at 500,000 I'm going to, no, 200,000, 350,000 I'm going to, wait, what, why has my periapps gone up so much? Oh, why has that done that? That's really annoying. I'm not sure if that's going to be low enough to stop us. Right. So, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to turn on descent mode. So not the hero type and Phil, I hope you don't mind this being a bit of a rough re-entry, because yeah, we're not going in, we're not going to be turning on descent mode because that 50,000 periapps, oh, I don't know, we'll see. I might be able to turn it on. But here we are, we have re-entered Earth's atmosphere. And our speed is still increasing. Force roll. Let's get that round the right way. Actually, no, I think I want to force roll that to 180. Well, we're still speeding up. We've passed back under the Kármán line now, so we should see a noticeable decrease in our speed soon. But there is the rest of the Tranquility orbiter blowing up in, well, as it re-enters. So here we go. Exit atmosphere. We're coming down. We are coming down. But we're not coming down particularly fast. Once the G's start creeping up, what I'm going to do is I am going to turn on descent mode just to make it a little bit more comfy. Hopefully I can get All 3 down without anyone passing out. Right, so... Okay. G's are at 4, 5. Still not coming down fast enough, I think. So, oh, that's almost 7 Gs. That's going to be quite uncomfortable on there at the moment, but not too bad. Right, okay. I am going to turn on descent mode briefly to try and mitigate some of these G forces, and our periaps is going up. And in fact, we're about to hit our periaps, so actually we're going to have to turn it off to slow ourselves down some more. But there we go. Our periaps is now. We have captured. We are not going to skip off the atmosphere. Brilliant. And I'll just turn descent mode on, just to, you know, make it a little bit more comfortable as we come down. Although we are going to be flying up, and actually, nah, I'm going to keep it off for now. You guys can enjoy the bumpy ride. The bar never got very high. I think did it reach about halfway? I wasn't sure. I didn't quite see. I was more focused on trying to flick between descent mode and non-descent mode, but we're coming down now. I think, actually, if it stays at about 3G all the way down, that's not too bad. Now, one thing, I'm going to, obviously, I need to detach the forward heat shield. And the last time I did it for Serenity 1, we actually, well, we detached it and it came crashing back into the craft. Nothing really broke or anything, but still, it's a little bit of a worry. I'm just going to turn descent mode on again because the Gs are creeping up a little bit. Want it to be a nice, comfortable ride for everyone involved. But there we go. We'll turn it off. And 4 times physical time warp. That looks rather comical. How quickly it all kind of spins out of control. But anyway, we are now 28,000 meters up. It looks like we have survived re-entry. No one passed out. And now we're just going to have to hope and pray that our parachutes open up, because that is obviously the last major thing. Right, so bye-bye forward heat shield. Oh no. I obviously selected to be, well, that was my control, what I was controlling it at. Luckily, I was able to switch back to the pod though. Oh, wait, no, I want to arm them. There we go. Now that we're 10,000 meters up, hopefully one of those chutes should go. Or do they go at 5,000? I can't remember. If the worst comes to the worst, we're jumping out. But I don't think that should happen. There we go. Chutes have deployed, and we are slowing right down. And it looks like it's going to be another happy landing in the water. I think we're in the Pacific Ocean. Yeah. I think is California off around here somewhere. I'm not quite sure. When it's dark, can't really tell. So Goldstone, so yeah, kind of roughly in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Might be quite near Hawaii. Yeah, just north of Hawaii. So I'm sure there'll be some ships from Hawaii dispatched to come and rescue these 3 when they splash down. And we're gonna busy time warp through this as well, because this takes a really long time to get down, especially once those main parachutes go. Drogues have gone now. Now we're just relying on our main parachutes. We're going 10.6 meters per second, and we have another 3,000 meters to go. So that's what, 300 seconds? But with the magic of time warp, physical time warp, we are on what, 4 times physical time warp, so just under 80 seconds, I guess. I can't do the maths, it's getting way too late. Oh god, it's like 3 AM now. But yes, this will be, I'm going to be wrapping this up here. As soon as we've landed, we'll see the kind of money that we got from the mission and the science and all of that. And actually, where is... Oh, I didn't land for 12 hours. I didn't stay on there for 12 hours. Oh, well, that's really upsetting. That's really annoying. I'm not sure if I can be bothered doing that again though. I might just contract cheat it because I did everything except for stay there for 12 hours. I mean, I landed in the Sea of Serenity. I don't know. What does chat think? And there we go, safely back down in the Pacific Ocean. I'm sure Jane Jones, So Not the Hero Type, and Phil are all incredibly happy to be home. Okay, so we'll get the contract. The contract has been completed. Just we weren't there long enough. No one saw a thing. No one saw a thing. So, oh look, it's gone green. I wonder how that happened. Brilliant. So let's recover this vessel and see what we get. Oh yeah, the bullseye comes up with Kerbal Engineer. I think if you select landing mode on it, it comes up with a bullseye and it's just kind of like an impact marker to see where you're going to be landing. It's not particularly useful, I don't think. I don't know why I've got it kept on. But yeah, no, there was enough life support on the Kestrel lander to last 7 days, so I could have stayed for 12 hours. The only thing that might have come up that might have been an issue is the inclination change I would have had to have performed. Obviously, being on the moon for 12 hours, we would have changed, our inclination would have been a little bit different to the orbiter. We had 50 meters per second left by the end of it, and I don't think the inclination change would have been that much, so I'm sure it would have been possible. But there we go. No earlier than 1976. So 1979 for So Not the Hero Type and 1977 for Phil. So Not the Hero Type, you are very keen at staying on at this space agency, it would appear. And we've got loads of science. Fair whack of money back. We've got 5.5 million in funds. Obviously, we've still got the Cause Light space station to put up. God, that feels like it was a long time ago now. And the low Earth orbit shuttle to go and send to it. But that is going to be the end of this stream because it's very late and I'm quite tired, and I feel like that seems to be a very, very good place to end it. We've just successfully done our second manned moon landing, and it went almost completely perfectly. There were a few kind of scares along the way, such as almost crashing back into the surface of the moon and not actually completing the contract properly, but it went decently. So, but yeah, I don't really know how to end this. I'm just going to say that it has been a pleasure streaming this. Thank you everyone in the chat. It's been cool seeing what everyone's been saying, and I hope you enjoyed it. And this will be obviously all edited and put into 1965 Part 1 when I get the time to actually finish 1965 Part 1. So I will catch everyone later. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. I have been Karnasa, and I will see you later.